Great, we'll just give everyone a minute to take their seats. While we're waiting, I actually think you've got some blue tags on your tables. If you can please put those on, because there are other functions that are happening in the venue around, so we don't want you to go to the wrong place. Unless you want to go to the Wimpy convention, I think it is, upstairs. Please, we'd rather have you here with us with ethics. Thanks. Great. Good morning and welcome to the public lecture and engagement with Professor Hans van Delden, entitled Explore the Frontiers of Safeguarding Research Participants with the Application of Research Ethics Principles from the latest CIOMS Guidelines. My name's Eleni Fleck-Davison. I'm from Wits University. I'm the legal advisor for the DVC Research and Innovation. I head up the Office of Research Integrity, and I am the Research Compliance Manager as well. One of the key things I also do is that I'm the Research Data Protection Officer for Wits as well. Welcome. This event could not have been possible if it wasn't for the kind contributions from our sponsorship, from our good colleagues at ASIF. Thank you to Himla and to Susan for organizing that for us. Thank you to Wits University, CIOMS, the National ATREC, UNISA and SURIMA, and the SURIMA Community of Practice for Research and Integrity for their contribution. Thank you to Susan Maputi Kelebogile from ASIF, Tanya and Retta from UNISA, and Penelope Ingle-Hills from the NATREC, Kaz McNamara and the team at SURIMA, and our team from Wits, my colleagues Sean, Matsepa, Lucia, and our ASIF marketing team as well. Thank you. To Professor Ames Dye, I'm not sure where you are, but it all started with you, Ames. With one email, it got the foundation and the ball rolling for this event to happen. And to Prof van Delden, thank you very much for accepting this invitation to be with us today. This has brought us a great opportunity to hear from you in regards to the CIOMS guidelines, but to reinforce the fact that research, ethics and integrity in the Southern Hemisphere, and in particular in South Africa, is doing well and it's growing from strength to strength. A further thank you to all the associations that are involved today. Of course, ASIF, WITS, the NATREC, SURIMA, SAPRA, the South African MRC, RIASA, SACRA, ARIN, the Wits Steve Biko Center for Bioethics, SACAP, and UJAM. Thank you to you all for participating today, either here in person and online. Your attendance and contributions that will be made are most appreciated. And to our colleagues that are online, specifically the two that are from Ireland and Saudi Arabia, thank you for joining us as well. On that note, some housekeeping to make things run a bit easier today. My co-program directors, Susan Feltman from ASIF and Tanya Kustia, will be facilitating different parts of the program today, and Tanya will be facilitating the online for us. The in-person participants, to our presenters, please ensure that you have given your PowerPoint to our RT team so that they can upload it and we can have your presentation ready. Please keep punctual with times as we have an action-packed program. The comfort break will be 15 minutes long and refreshments will be served in the foyer as per this morning. Please join us for lunch in the venue down the steps for lunchtime. Toilets are to the back of the hall and are to the right down the corridor, down the right and to the left. During the Q&A sessions, there will be revolving mics as well, so please lift your hand and whoever's facilitating that session will appoint who will go first. Photographs and recordings of the event will be taking place as well. If you're not comfortable with your image or photograph being taken, please let myself know or the photographer know as well. Nick is to the right there. Thank you. Because the material will be used for promotional and write-ups for this event. For our colleagues that are online, please keep your cameras turned off and your sound muted at all times. During the Q&A session, please use the Q&A functionality on Zoom to ask any questions, to make comment. There unfortunately won't be any live questions from the online participants, so please use those Q&A functionality on Zoom. We do have quite a few questions that were posed to us before the function, which our speakers will speak to as well. Should you have any technical difficulties, please log off and log back on, or just drop us an email as well. We would like this to be an interactive as possible today, especially with those that are here in person, and have a good day and enjoy the event. In terms of attendance, which requires CPD accreditation, an email will be sent to everyone that is here today. We've had the function actually accredited by different bodies, so those certificates can be made available as well. So let's embark on a philosophical journey as we delve into the ethical tapestry of research, guided by the timeless wisdom of Aristotle. In the spirit of virtual and moral character, our research ethics event invites you to reflect on the CIOMS guidelines, harmonizing philosophy and ancient philosophy with modern scientific inquiry. Join us as we explore the intersection of ethics and research, inspired by Aristotle's teachings, to cultivate a community dedicated to the noble pursuit to knowledge and integrity in our scholarly endeavors. I would like to introduce our first presenters who will be doing our welcome and introduction, and that is Professor Ames Dai and Himla Sudha. If you would like to come up while I do the bios. Professor Ames Dai is the founder and past director of Steve Biko Center of Bioethics at the Wits Faculty of Health Sciences. She's a professor of bioethics and health law at Wits School of Clinical Medicine and a member of the ASEF. She's the immediate past chairperson of the UNESCO International Bioethics Committee. Professor Himla is the executive officer of ASEF, an ASEF member since 2003. She was elected to the ASEF Council in 2011 and appointed General Secretary in 2014. Prior to joining ASEF in 2018, she was employed as a principal medical scientist in the Division of Human Genetics at the NHLS and Wits. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Eleni, for the program directing and the introductions. As you've heard, I'm Himla Sudha, the Executive Officer at the Academy of Science for South Africa, and it's indeed a pleasure to be in partnership with our other stakeholders, including the University of the Witwatersrand, my alma mater from previously, and also welcome to all the participants who are joining us online. So the Academy of Science is a membership-based organization. We have over 680 members, and members are nominated by fellow members and go through a very rigorous process of vetting before they are inducted into the Academy. And the Academy is what I call like the gel or the cement of the building blocks. We bring together various people in a room to have conversations on various topics, and then we produce a whole lot of publications to communicate what it is that we do. And we have our own journal, the South African Journal of Science, and Quest magazine, which we use as a mechanism to disseminate information to scholars from grades 10 and upwards, and also to popularize science. I've seen in our pack, there's some magazines with some very interesting articles. So those of you in the room who have exciting news to share, please get in touch with our Quest magazine editor and contribute there as well. But this meeting is about ethics. We have a strong support for ethical code of practice and many other activities which you will hear about during the year. And I just want to wish everyone present and online an exciting day, and I hope you are enthusiastic about the proceedings and contribute as we go along. So welcome, and thank you so much for choosing the Wanderers Club. You know, I'm a huge cricket fan, and it's just like I'm a kid in a candy store walking around and checking out the trophies. I wish there was a game, but anyway, we'll concentrate on science. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleni, for the introduction. And I just want to say thank you to WITS Research Office. It was just one email that resulted in this. So it shows the commitment of not only the WITS research ethics community, but our general national and regional research ethics communities in terms of the importance to ensure safeguarding research participants and making sure that they're not harmed during research. You know, we spent the last 2 days, Himla was with, and Eleni, and some of you from the audience as well. You're with us, with the World Medical Association, looking at how we from Africa could contribute towards having our African voice on the revisions of the Declaration of Helsinki. It was last revised in 2013, and as we know, science and technology is always advancing, and so we've also got to keep in line with those advancements when it comes to ethics in research. The theme that for that conference, for that Africa consultation, was vulnerability, tied in very closely with community engagement, community consultation. And we are also going to be looking at vulnerability during our discussions today. And the take-home message from me in terms of vulnerability, it's important for us to do the safeguards and especially when we look at ourselves on the continent from the perspective of contextual vulnerability. Yes, there's the biological issues. We need those, the protection in terms of medical vulnerability, but we need to look at our context. But we must be careful. We must have that balance. And I can recall my very early days in working with the Research Ethics Committee, where research, important research, would not be allowed because those subjects were vulnerable. And that's when I started questioning the issue of vulnerability in research, and it actually became the topic of my thesis for my PhD. And it's so important for us to remember that being paternalistic, patronizing on research ethics committees, and not allowing a fair distribution of research to include the vulnerable and the non-vulnerable can cause more harm than good. So the vulnerable can become more vulnerable. So we hope as we unpack our discussions today, we keep that in mind as well, that there is an importance to have safeguards, but there's also an importance to get that balance right, where we don't unfairly exclude vulnerable from research. The official WITS welcome will be done this afternoon. So I'm not going to do the official WITS welcome now, but just to say I'm delighted to see that there are so many of you here. There are many online as well, and let's work together to make research ethics a huge success in Africa, on our continent, more than we've actually done thus far. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Himla and Ames. Our next speaker will be our guest of honor, Professor Hans van Delden. He's a full professor of medical ethics at the University Medical Center of Utrecht University in the Netherlands. He leads the project on patient and public participation for the hospital and for the medical school at UMC Utrecht. He has worked for many years as a practicing nurse home physician. He has published nearly 350 international and over 125 national articles on the practice and ethics of end-of-life decisions, research ethics, and ethical issues in the care for the elderly. At his department, he has built a research team which has created a strong track record in the ethics of end-of-life decisions, research ethics, and ethics of biomedical innovation. He served as the chair of the International Bioethics Committee at UNESCO. He has served as the president of the Council of International Organization of Medical Sciences, CIOMS, and as the chair of the Workgroup for the revision of CIOMS ethical guidelines for medical research. Thank you, Hans.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming and thank you for inviting me. It somehow strikes me if you make all these air miles, then indeed you should do more than just fly to one event, but make it worth the while. So I'm actually grateful that I could be here and do something more than just spend the 2 days that we were working on the Helsinki Declaration. Now, Himla, as to the venue, I must admit, I don't understand anything about cricket. So I was in New Zealand once and observed a game and I couldn't make any sense of it. It's something with a ball and a bat, but so you have to teach me, right? I'm absolutely at a loss there. But when it comes to research ethics, I can maybe give some insights. I will start because I'm assuming that most of you know the CIOMS guidelines or have used them in your work in maybe a research ethics committee, but that it's maybe not totally clear what CIOMS actually is. I say CIOMS, others say CIOMS, I say CIOMS. I don't know why, but we say CIOMS. So that's where I start, and of course the main contribution will be in the afternoon, where I'll do the public lecture on vulnerability and how to keep that, because I think CIOMS has a number of we used certain techniques there that I think are interesting. So let me start by introducing the Council of International Organizations of Medical Sciences to you. You could say that this is one of these organizations that were created post-World War II. And actually, so UNESCO and WHO together decided that they also needed this. And why? Because they realized that some discussions are simply too political to be held in a forum of member states. So the raison d'être for CIOMS is really this, that in some cases, for instance, ethics, they felt that if they would have to do that in a, let's say in a meeting of some almost 200 member states, that would be too difficult. So they created this forum, the Council of International Organizations of Medical Sciences, to have the discussions that maybe would not be as fruitful in a political forum. Over the years, CIOMS has reached a certain focus, and you could say that pharmacovigilance, product development, and bioethics indeed are the key features of the work of CIOMS right now. You also see the website there. Probably you know it, but I'm just wanted to remind you that all guidelines are free downloadable. So also the ethics guideline, this one, the book, and also the more recent guideline are freely downloadable. So no difficulty there. Now, I said it's the Council of International Organizations, so we don't have member states, but we have member organizations as our members. So you may not be impressed with the numbers there, but of course, the numbers stand for thousands of psychiatrists, thousands of whatever kind of doctor you want to name. And so really, I think we have a huge background, although these numbers, of course, only list the member organizations as such. We also have national academies. I'm not even sure whether ASAF is a member, but you're absolutely welcome to become a member of CIOMS. That could actually be a great idea, because it's those kind of national academies I started my presence in CIOMS as the representative of the Royal Dutch Academy of Arts and Sciences. So this could be another way to fruitfully cooperate on this. Because, of course, the members for us are the first, let's say, sounding board to present any revisions. So if the South African National Academy would become part of CIOMS as a member, then indeed they could more directly influence also next versions of guidelines. So the CIOMS Research Ethics Guidelines were created, well, it started at the end of the 70s. The first version was 1982. And it was really felt at that time that it was necessary to have guidelines that would do more in terms of specification, explanation, details than the Helsinki Declaration. You all know the Helsinki Declaration. It's a great document, but it's intentionally kept small. It's about 4 pages, and it will not become much longer. Even though we have been discussing the revision of the Helsinki Declaration over the past 2 days, and of course, past month, years actually, the express intent is not to create a very big document. So the Helsinki Declaration will be high-level, aspirational, bold principles, and no details. It will remain that way. CIOMS, on the other hand, as you have seen, is a booklet. It's a booklet of 120 some pages, which allows us to provide much more detail. So our asset, if you can use that word here, is that we do not only have the guidelines, we call them the bold text. It's the bold text with which every guideline starts, but we have this commentary. And I'm sure that for many Research Ethics Committee members, these commentaries are actually what makes it really worthwhile. But because there you'll find explanations, you'll find our definitions of certain terms, you'll find more detail, and you'll find something that maybe is applicable in the case that you're assessing and reviewing. So we've had several rounds after 1982, 93, then 2002, I think, and then, of course, 2016. And also these guidelines have been used widely, I think, especially also in LMICs, and they have been translated into several languages, which I think is a sign of how they are used. Maybe this is not something that I should spend a long time on, but we have been revising the guidelines. It took us 4 years to do so. We started in 2012. We, of course, had advisors. And there I mentioned the WMA. And this is important because there is no intention for the Helsinki Declaration and the CIOMS guidelines to be completely divergent. That would be a disaster, right? Because you would do your work in a Research Ethics Committee, for instance, and then you would feel completely torn. What would you have to follow? So we always make it a point that the guidelines really stay attuned. Now, there may be differences in wording. That's a great subject for anyone who wishes to write a PhD. For instance, we have that a placebo can only be given if there is no established treatment, and Helsinki has proven. But there's implications there. Proven is, I mean, in medicine, proven is less often the case than established, right? We more often have something established than proven. So this means something. And of course, language matters, certainly in ethics. So there's actually a lot of work that could be done in comparing the two and advising about where to go. But the point is, basically, Helsinki and CIOMS remain in close touch. And that's actually why I'm also part of the workgroup to revise Helsinki, as were WMA representatives when we were revising our guidelines. Consultation meetings were held also in South Africa, by the way, although in Cape Town. I sometimes got the feeling that it's sort of like Amsterdam and Rotterdam, so there's a relationship, but also a lot of competition. I was born in Amsterdam, so never talk to me about Rotterdam, please. Yeah, simple as that. And the guidelines then were published in 2016. Now, the guidelines were intended to be a response, so not just let's improve the wording. No, they intended to be a response to the current situation in research, and research as well, of course. And maybe not so much new trial designs. New trial designs come up all the time. And it's not at all immediately clear that new trial designs also involve new principles. Actually, I don't think they do. So it's not so much new trial designs that spur the revisions, but the change in how we do research. So I think CIOMS actually already pointed to what I'm giving here at the first bullet point, because of course originally, no need to spell it out again. I think research ethics was born in scandal. It was, of course, therefore let's say the background of all of it was protection. And then we have come to realize, as CIOMS just gave an example of, that by protecting, you might actually create overprotection, and that might actually increase rather than decrease vulnerabilities, right? So rather than only protect, there was a clear vision that we also needed to make sure that benefits of research reach participants, or maybe the group of which these participants are a representation. So we have to do both. We have to be protecting still, yes, but also making sure that anyone benefits from the research. And then, of course, there's also this problem that a lot of research is being done in sites, but they never really reach the bedside. And so we also wanted to promote that research would actually do its work, and that is to improve the health of people, right? I mean, research is there not to create knowledge. Knowledge is only an intermediate goal to create a better health or well-being for people in the country or in the world. There's, of course, a continued discussion on how to do fair research in low resource settings. By the way, that would be an interesting study as well, which term to use. We chose low resource settings. And by the way, just to be clear, our example that we always used was Baltimore. So when we talked to each other, we didn't say some country in Africa or whatever, we said Baltimore. Just to make clear that low resource settings also exist in very rich countries, right? So that's why we said Baltimore, because there are some of the neighborhoods there are really poor, and so we in order also to change the way that we were thinking ourselves, not to always think about, let's say, some poor countries that are sort of known as the LMICs, but let's also think about low resource settings in maybe rich countries. Promote responsible science, reduce research waste. Yes, you may have known the 2014 articles in The Lancet, you may have seen that, where top-notch authors explained how often science is actually not useful, and not because there was a negative outcome, but because it wasn't done properly. And one of the reasons for emphasizing community engagement for me is the fact that that could actually help in doing the right thing, because then you would study the right endpoints, for instance. So this is also something that we took up. The next point, of course, is included: promote patient and public involvement and engagement. I'm never sure which term to use. So here we talked about community engagement. I noticed that in England you have Involve as an institution, right? You may know that one. In other places it's engagement. In our country it's participation. I don't really care, as long as you do something with these people, right? So and you make it a truly and let's say a truly engagement. So you really want this to be a learning curve, a mutual learning curve. During the last 2 days, we also heard someone express, and I really like that we should not talk about community engagement, but about engagement of communities. Because, of course, researchers also come from a community, right? The community of researchers or university communities. So let's have a more, let's say, power balance in working together as researchers and communities. So that's the idea there. Okay, so this is what we faced as a challenge. And then this is the result. Of course, this is the table of content of the guidelines. You might know them or you work with them, but I just wanted to show you the full scope of them. I don't have a timer and I don't see a clock, so I'm a bit at your hands. And if you want me to stop, then 10 minutes. Good, great. Okay, so responding to all these challenges, I thought it would be handy to give you the core changes of the 2016 guidelines, as compared, of course, with our previous version. And one of the most interesting, I think, is that we started with social value. Now, as I said earlier in the other conference, by no means you should deduce from this that number one is our top-notch guideline and that you can forget about 25. Of course not. Of course not. The guidelines are, as is Helsinki, to be read as a whole. There's an interdependency of the guidelines, so please do not take any priority here. Still, it's no coincidence that we put social value up first, because we really thought if we want to do something against research waste, do something against the valley of death, as it's called, between basic science research and let's say the bedside where it's applicable, then really we should stress social value. So social value is something, I'll return to that in the afternoon, but social value for us is really of a prime concern. And it's also, it changes the atmosphere about research a bit. So going from being protected against maybe malintended researchers, if they are there, to accepting that research is actually there to do something good. But then, of course, we have to see that you really have reasons to believe that your research is going to produce that social value. So for us, social value really needed to be upfront. Please don't be offended that we put research ethics committees further down. They used to social value. Of course, we continued to talk about how to do research in low resource settings. Again, settings could also be in rich countries. And we included ancillary care provisions. That's actually quite new. I don't think Helsinki has that. It's the idea that when people come to you in a research project, and the reality is that they don't have all that other places to go to for healthcare, of course, you will immediately think there is an issue with voluntariness, and of course there is, so you have to make sure that that is still the case. But the next question is, so what happens if that person who is with you for a certain reason in a certain project develops something else? Gets his arm broken and turns to you as you are the only one who seems to be able to provide something like healthcare in that person's setting. And so we thought about what we called ancillary care, for want of a better term, but we also thought there were really obligations of researchers to guide someone to other care provisions, even if that's not the subject of your study. So you cannot simply say, well, sorry, I'm studying hypertension now, and I won't be studying your broken arm. Sorry, so broken arm, no. We have to turn you down. No, we said you would have to do something, and you can read Article 6 or Guideline 6 in order to see what we made of that. Equitable distribution of burdens and benefits, very difficult, very difficult. And here you also start to see that really research ethics uses to work with research ethics only, right? That will be the main actor to do all the work, to make sure that the research projects are indeed ethically sound. And the reality is, research ethics committees cannot do all this work, because more often than not, research ethics committees do not have an overview. It was maybe only during COVID times that research ethics committees started to cooperate and really see what kind of studies in this domain were done in other places. But normally speaking, if I of course sit in the Utrecht Research Ethics Committee. I used to be on the national one, but you have to step down after 12 years. So I returned to the Utrecht Committee. And of course, if we get a study there on a certain disease, we are not So we would have something there, language, but we admit it's not the Research Ethics Committee that can really be the central actor there. Some other bodies should do that. Now in Europe, you will know that due to the new trial regulation, it's often the case that there is only one Research Ethics Committee in the country. Not in the Netherlands, by the way, but in other countries, there is quite often only one Research Ethics Committee attached to the authority. So that is a way to centralize it, and that place could then, of course, have some oversight. But in many other places, this is really difficult. Biobanking and data banking, it's not a topic for today, but I really think that that is also something. There is not a protocol that I see that doesn't contain a clause on getting data and getting more specimen, right? And keeping the specimen for further research. I'm sure it's the same thing here. And that means that we have to think about broad consent and how we do that. And how, so CIOMS took the position that broad consent is allowed, but you have to understand it as consent for governance. So broad consent on its own as a signature under a piece of paper is not enough. It should be consent for governance. So you say, yes, you can keep my specimen, but at the condition that you take care of it in a way that is specified to me, and that there are certain bodies that have oversight. So there must be a research ethics committee specifically for biobank research. And if someone wants to take something out of the freezer and use it for secondary research, a biobank committee has to take to make an assessment and see whether that is within the original broad consent, within the constraints of the original broad consent. Again, I could talk at length about this, but that's not the subject for today. The subject for today is a contextualized concept of vulnerability, but we'll get back to that later this afternoon. Why is this not moving? Because I wanted to go to the next slide, and I'm not sure what's happening. Is there someone back in the room who can explain this? Or help? That would even be better. Yeah, okay, so you moved it up there, right? Yeah, you overruled me, that's good. Okay, so guideline 23 is on Research Ethics Committee. The subject for this brief talk would be Research Ethics Committees and their position. And well, of course, as I said, Research Ethics Committees are the central actor in the work that we call research ethics. By the way, it's also always, I think it's helpful to acknowledge that research ethics can be two things. It can be an academic discipline. It can be a subject where academics study the use of words, the implication of words, and suggest wording for guidelines. That's academic research ethics. But then, of course, there is also the practice of research ethics. And that's what I guess most people in the room do when they sit on a research ethics committee and they actually do the work, right? They further interpret the guidelines, because let's face it, even the 120 pages of the CIOMS guidelines will not provide a direct answer to the situation that you're assessing. So indeed, even with all the guidance, you will still need to specify the guidance that's there to reach an evaluation in the case that's at hand. So research ethics committees are the central actor in the practice of research ethics, and that's, I think, clear. What for us is also very important, and unfortunately in Europe no longer the case, that's really important. You have to combine scientific and ethics review. You have to combine that. Because if you do studies that are not scientifically sound, it's not ethical to do them anyway, right? So why have a committee study let's say, patient information leaflet if the study as such is not sound methodology? So we think that has to be combined. The trial regulation in Europe has separated the two. And that means that sometimes as an ethicist, you're in the part where you can only say something indeed about the patient information sheet, which I think is very unfortunate. And of course, we sort of ignore that and simply also say something about the methodology if we think it's wrong. But that's really unfortunate. RECs must be formally established. You have seen that I use the word REC rather than IRB, but I think in South Africa you also use REC, right? Yeah, so okay, so we're on the same page there. Yeah, it's very important. Maybe not here, maybe not so much here, but there are also countries. At one point, an Egyptian chair of a research ethics committee came to me and said, well, you know, we don't even have a mailbox. And she meant a physical mailbox somewhere in the university where people could put their application in writing and she could get it out and then put it to the committee. If you don't even have that, and how can you function, right? So also in Helsinki, but also in our guidelines, of course, what we want to do is give guidance that allows you to go to your university staff or your university principals and say, hey, listen, people expect me to do something, but you have to make it possible. Because if you don't give me the money, the time, the resources, then I cannot do what people expect me to do. So this is really not that we give you as an instrument to talk to your let's say the principals, whatever you call them, the deans, the university managers, in order to make sure that they provide you with enough resources to do this work. The next bullet point is pretty obvious, I would say. Well, is it duly qualified? What exactly do we mean? Let's face it. You made it whole again. Thank you for doing that. So, are there criteria for being a research ethics member? In the Netherlands, yes, there are. In Europe, yes, there are. But unfortunately, in Europe, it's not the case that you have to have research ethics training. That's a bit strange, is it? So I think research ethics training, having had at least some exposure to the thoughts behind the guidelines, is necessary in order to be a good qualified member. I'm not exactly aware of the situation here. I believe there is at least the possibility to have courses on research ethics, which I think is really important. But this, again, is something that you can use to go to your university and say, well, if you want me to do this work, please allow me to go to certain training. Well, and then the last bullet point has always been something that was specific for the CIOMS guidelines that we explicitly said, if there is a multinational study and there is a sponsor country and there's a host country where the research is actually done, you have to have dual review in both countries, in both sides. We also admit that this may be burdensome. It may take long before every site, or every country at least, has given clearance. We do acknowledge that it would be great if we could open the black box of the work of research ethics committees and come to some quality indicators. I really think that's the next step to go. That once you have quality indicators, you know that this research ethics committee does a good job. Then, of course, you can start to trust each other and you can say, well, okay, if you have done this, then I don't need to review it myself. But in order for that to happen, we really also need quality indicators. So that is something that we could talk about more. I think this is something to really elaborate on. But for now, the rule that review must be done both in host country and sponsoring country is in the CIOMS guideline only. I'm happy to say that yesterday I saw a draft of the coming Declaration of Helsinki, and a line to that effect was actually also in the draft. Now, I'm not sure whether it will stay there, but yesterday at least, a line requiring double review or review in both host and sponsor countries was there. So I think I'll have to wrap up now. But the good thing is, well, maybe I'll go a little bit short here. This presentation, of course, will be available. The message here is CIOMS remains devoted to research ethics. We have more reports, so don't only look at the 2016 guidelines. Visit the website and you'll find more reports that are, I think, of interest also in this country. And one of them actually came out recently. CIOMS and I also were on that work group. And we said not only research ethics committees, but also research institutions have a role here. So just to build on what I said earlier, yes, research ethics committees still are the cornerstone, I would say, of the practice of research ethics. But don't forget about research institutions. They also have a role. And if you want to know which role, then you can read that guideline. More reports to be published soon. This is the report on resource-limited settings. This one is specifically devoted to public involvement and engagement. Again, please go to the website and you will find the details there. So yes, CIOMS remains active. We tried to respond to what we thought were the current challenges in research and research ethics. We confirmed the position of the Research Ethics Committee, but indeed, they are not the only body in this ecosystem that can carry responsibility. And we should also think about the role of researchers, yes, researchers, research ethics committees, of course, and institutions when we think about how to do ethics right. And with that, I would like to end. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hans. Yeah, it's great to see that blanket consent, biobanking, data, secondary use, informed consent are actually issues everywhere. And that actually shows that we are actually ahead of the game as well here in South Africa. And these are debates that we are having currently, especially in terms of our POPI Act and the SF Code of Conduct. Our next three speakers are actually going to be speaking about the unified interpretation of POPI in the context of the protection of personal information, the SF Draft Code of Conduct for Research. If I can please invite Michelle Ramsey, Mattie van Niekerk, and Susan Veldsman up to the stage. Michelle Ramsey is the director of the Sydney Brenner Institute for Molecular Bioscience. She's a professor in human genetics and South African research chair in genomics and bioinformatics of African populations at WITS. She's a co-chair of the International 100,000 plus Cohorts Consortium and steering group member for developing the African Population Cohorts Consortium. As a member of the WHO Technical Advisory Group for Genomics, she contributes to the LMIC perspective to global genomics. She promoting ethical, equitable, and fair principles and practices. She serves as the chair of the SF POPI Committee to draft the National Code of Conduct or guiding framework for the research for informed and a uniform interpretation of the Act. Mattie van Niekerk is the head of the Department of Occupational Therapy at WITS, where she lectures at both under and postgrad level and supervises undergrads and master's level research. Mattie serves on both the Occupational Therapy Association of South Africa and the Health Professions Council of South Africa. And Susan Veldsman is the Director of Scholarly Publication Unit at SF, where she's responsible for driving open science agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. As you heard, my name is Susan Veldsman. I'm from the Academy of Sciences of South Africa. So, Professor van Delden, just to put you in the picture, we are the academy in South Africa. We are the recognized academy in South Africa. Our counterparts in the Netherlands is KNAW, and just by chance, on Thursday, we're actually having a bilateral between our government and your government, and of course, then on academy to academy level with KNAW. So we've got very close ties there with the Netherlands, and especially on a policy level as well. We work close with them. It's an absolute pleasure to be here and to talk about the Code of Conduct of ASIF. It has been a process, and we have been, I think, criticized actually out there for the time it has taken, but it has been a long and a cumbersome process, and it was necessary, I really think. We hope that we can draw this now to a close. Sorry, can I just get my presentation up? Okay, right, thank you. It's hard not to be in control, I must say. I'm very controlling. Anyway, so I just want to mention it has taken some time. It needed really some very deep consultation. It needed some very broad debates. And thank you, Professor van Delden, to start raising those things that we encountered and that we had to actually unravel and unpack, so to speak. So as you can see, we're a threesome. I would just like to introduce the work that we've done and the importance thereof, and you will be very glad to know that we are aligning and we're working very hard to align actually internationally with what has to being said there. Can I just do a check on my presentation, please? Right, I'll start a little bit and see if we can catch up maybe. So as you're all aware, POPIA was proclaimed then in 2020, and institutions had a year in which they could actually start responding to the POPI Act. But they were given some time to enforce that. But after a while, I must say, in 2021, we saw many institutions actually starting to draw up the guidelines for the POPI Act and how it reflect on them. But one very positive thing within the POPI Act was Chapter 7, which allowed organizations or groups of people or groups of interest in a specific subject to draft a code of conduct. And then we were approached to start looking at perhaps a possibility of a code of conduct as per the POPI Act. And we started drafting our code. It has been a massive process. It took quite some time to actually get the groups together. We started with a drafting committee, with a steering committee. Later on, they actually merged. It's now a ASAF POPI committee, just to make sure that we give impetus to this process as such. Sorry, and I'm really starting to want my presentation now. Kelly? 1 minute. No, it's too long. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, thank you for tablets. I should learn from you. I mean, here you go. It's fine. I can carry on. So the problem with the POPI Act is that in terms of research, it's not very clear as to what we can do, especially where there's data exchange and there's personal information involved, and how we should actually deal with those. And that necessitated us to start looking at the code as such. So it was very unclear actually how high-level principles will apply, especially to research. And then the thing is that POPIA actually provides certain exceptions from the lawful conditions of processing personal information for research. And now the question arises, how and where does that apply? The Act is definitely not clear on that. So we needed a uniform approach to the regulation of personal information for research across all government departments, academic institutions, research councils, and the private sector. We all need to speak from one mouth and interpret the Act all on the same level. We also want to be known as a safe haven for data. I think that's a very big problem in Africa as a whole, and I want to add that particular layer at this point in time. We are just functioning here at the southern tip of South Africa, but we also have a responsibility in Africa to ensure that we can share our data safely and that we are known and to be trusted to deposit our data into. But what we also would like to do is we would like to align, because we would like to apply also for to the European Commission for an adequacy decision for the GDPR. And that's very important. That's what this session is about, is how do we align, how do we make sure that we do not unnecessarily duplicate, but that we fill each other on. So that's really one very big wish from our side. Applies to industry and to academia, and I think that's very important. We had a long debate for actually quite a couple of hours of what do we view as research. It's very important that we actually define research into code or this framework so that we all understand when do you fall into this code and when not. So we then broadly defined it as the generation, the preservation and the augmentation and improvement of knowledge by means of investigations and methods pertinent to the scientific discipline, and which is mindful of the value of knowledge for the betterment of society, including open science. So we're driving the open science agenda also quite strongly, and you will see that my co-speakers will also focus on that particular aspect and why. So typically such research would undergo prior and independent ethical review and would intend then eventually for publication, and that's a very important principle. Now you might actually ask and say and make the statement, but we do have an existing framework governing research. I just want to advance. There you go, almost, there you go. So now you can read with me. There is the Bill of Rights, of course, that says that every person has the right not to be subjected to medical or scientific experiments without the informed consent. I think that's a very important principle as a start, because it actually, in a sense, almost conflicts what's happening in the POPIA code. But we have to bear these in mind when we draft this framework for researchers. And then, of course, you have the National Act and the Department of Health with their own guidelines. How do we fit in there? And when does what apply when you actually do research and you need to make a decision? So these guidelines actually applies to research in a very broad sense, although there is a focus on health research, but there are also very broad principles for research in general. So the consent of the individual involved for research projects that involve human participants, and of course it strongly underlines the Health Ethics Committee that must be registered for the NHREC, and I really just want to acknowledge this particular body which has been supporting us quite heavily through this whole process. And I did mention, what about the international standards of open science? And now CIOMS get thrown at us, and we'll definitely will have to go and have a look. And I'm quite sure we will align, but we just have to check, and we have to check that box as well to make sure that we do. And as I said, we have to throw in the layer of Africa and the Africa Union and the role it plays. There are much happening on that level as well, and we need to, as a committee as well, also get in touch to start align with that as well, so that we can present ourselves to the rest of the world in a uniform manner. So why ASIF? Why did we do that? Sometimes we also ask ourselves, why are we doing this? But I think our executive officer actually referred to that we do create platforms where we allow discussions and debate. And I think that was part of our biggest reason, is to allow a platform where we as researchers, as academics, as research ethical committees can come together and start talking about this very critical matters of sharing data, especially where there are personal information attached to, and what do we do in those cases. So we view it as very important, and the balancing of the right to privacy of research participants against the public interest in scientific research as an integral part of all our objectives. So we really feel very strongly about that. I did indicate that it was a massive process. If you just look at our numbers that we've targeted, if we see the public consultation we held up to date, it's about 934 members that we have on our database that we try and consult and keep up to date. The committee alone, and I think, Michelle, you might drop actually dead. We had 31 meetings up to date, so you can see that our involvement and that we really want to try and finish this off, and being recognized for having that framework in place. And then the publication and comments of the code, we invited many times, comments, etc. And I think what it really did do, it created quite some awareness, not only amongst research ethical committees, but amongst researchers in their entirety about the sharing of personal data, etc., and the conditions under which, and if there's pseudonymization or whatever anonymity is given there, that there are some risks and how you have to mitigate those risks. And then just for interest, we also calculated that 92% of the researchers and research institutions in South Africa, those representatives were there. But let me invite her then, I think it's Michelle first, or Matty. Matty, then over to you, which will now unpack the different elements, not only in the code, but generally about this whole subject. Thank you very much.
Good morning. So we asked a couple of because certainly POPIA does bring a new, or puts a new spin on things. So we asked ourselves, what is vulnerability and special personal information, and what is the relationship between those two concepts in health-related research? What conceptual safeguards are necessary or sufficient to protect research participants? And what consents are necessary or sufficient to comply with protection of personal information for research purposes? And de-identification, anonymization, and pseudonymization, which is a very hard word to pronounce, and managed access to data sets with special personal information. So let's start with vulnerability and special personal information. The Council for International Organizations of Medical Sciences, CIOMS, and POPIA both speak to vulnerability and special personal information. Vulnerability, according to CIOMS, requires judgments both about the probability and degree of physical, psychological, or social harm, and how great a determination about how great the susceptibility is to deception or having a person's confidentiality breached. It involves not only the ability to provide initial consent to participate in research, but also aspects of the ongoing participation in research studies. And it then refers to people who are relatively or absolutely incapable of protecting their own interests. And so this could be persons who have relative or absolute impairments in decision-making capacity, in their education, in the resources to which they have access, strength or other attributes needed to protect their own interests. And it also relates to some feature of the circumstances, whether those circumstances are temporary or permanent, in which they live, that makes it less likely that others will be vigilant about or sensitive to their interests. So this could be people who are marginalized, people who are stigmatized, or face social exclusion or prejudice that increases the likelihood that others place their interests at risk, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And on one level, I suppose we are seeing that playing out in the political context in America when we think about things like reproductive health and the right to access reproductive care. Special personal information then in the POPIA context relates to a specific list of categories. It relates to your religious or philosophical beliefs. It relates to your race or ethnic origin, your political persuasion, your health, your sex life, biometric information, including your genetic data, or criminal behavior relating to the alleged commission of an offense or proceedings related to an alleged offense. POPIA and CIOMS, in our view, are aligned on the issues of vulnerability and special personal information because it pertains to information that may make someone vulnerable to stigma, marginalization, social exclusion, or prejudice. And it's information that pertains to people who are relatively or absolutely unable to protect their own interests. For example, children, because POPIA specifically prohibits the processing of children's information except under certain circumstances. So special information does not mean that you cannot process that information. It can be processed for research purposes, specifically in our context today, given certain conditions. From a CIOMS perspective, the danger of excluding vulnerable populations is highlighted, as their specific interests and needs would not be addressed if we exclude them from participating in research. And it also takes into consideration that some data is or are more sensitive. There's an issue amongst linguistics about whether we can now say data is or whether we should still say data are. That's an aside. Whether it's more sensitive than others as per the list, but also other data such as banking details that is not included in the list, but actually can make you quite vulnerable if it is disclosed, thus requiring justification for processing rather than putting special procedures in place to process. So what conceptual safeguards are necessary or sufficient to protect research participants? This presentation will not address technical and organizational safeguards like access, acceptable software, storage security, etc. Instead, we will focus on principles that impact re-identification of individual participants. And examples of those include looking at de-identifying, anonymizing, or pseudonymizing the personal information, adhering to a POPIA code of conduct or other industry standard which relates to best practice, successfully obtaining ethical approval from a research ethics committee, encryption, or providing a restricted environment for high-risk research. And I'm going to just focus quickly on de-identification, anonymization, and pseudonymization. And here, there's two things that I want to highlight. The first is that, as Professor van Delden said earlier, words matter. And when we use words colloquially, as ethics principles and ethical standards become codified, we need to actually recognize that sometimes those words now take on new meanings. And one of those words is anonymization, or an example of such a word is anonymization. Now, in the POPIA context, we talk about de-identifying information. That means that you're destroying all identifying information, and the process cannot be reversed, and therefore then POPIA will not apply. In the GDPR context, they talk about anonymization. And colloquially, we use anonymization differently. And similarly, in the GDPR, anonymization basically means de-identification, and then the GDPR will not apply. So the General Data Protection Regulations of the EU and the UK. And a new concept that is brought in by the GDPR specifically is pseudonymization, which means that we're masking any identifying information, and that the process is reversible. So if you have the key, or if you have access to different kinds of information that you can weave together, it might be possible for you to identify an individual participant, and then the GDPR and POPIA will still apply. Over to Michelle.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you so much, Susan, for setting the scene, and Matty for continuing. And we have to say that it's been a long journey thinking about the Protection of Personal Information Act and how we can have a best practice that is uniformly interpreted by all researchers in South Africa. So what was going to be 1 year is now in its 4th year. And we're really hoping that it will lead to unified interpretation of POPIA. We thought that it was important for you to hear from research practitioners. So Matty doing her research in the allied health sciences, and myself being a geneticist and participating and leading projects across the African continent. And that means that we work with many different African countries, and it's very complex, and it's not easy, and it takes a lot of time, as we've heard. So it is very important that ethics review committees, understand what it is that we're trying to do, and that we all do responsible research that has meaning, as Hans was saying earlier, but make sure that we are both ethically sound, but also legally compliant. And that is why we have to tackle what POPIA means when it talks about protection of personal information. And of course, we're talking about all the exceptions that exist for research. So what we can say is that, if we ask the question, do we need POPIA consent when research data is collected for the first time? I think all of us will agree that we need personal informed consent from our participants, and it's important for us at the outset to ask them whether we may share their data and their samples with and I like this idea of broad consent and consent which has then become a third party taking responsibility for good governance of the resources that are generated through research. So we can say that we do not need peer consent to collect special personal information for researchers' purposes if certain things apply. For example, if the research and the data will be used only for research purposes and will not be published in an identifiable form, and the research is in the public interest, or it appears impossible or would involve a disproportionate effort to ask for consent, and there are sufficient safeguards in place to ensure that the research does not adversely affect the research participants' privacy to a disproportionate extent. So I think very important that we take all of that into consideration when we think about what we do with research data and what is permissible under PAPIA, but what is also good practice. So the question can also be asked, can special personal information be placed in open access databases? And we thought that it was important to distinguish between open access and managed access. A lot of research that we do in the health sphere is sensitive personal information and therefore may not be appropriate to put in complete open access domain. So the Berlin Declaration says that open access means free access to information and unrestricted use of electronic resources for everybody and of all data. And that is a sort of an interesting thing. You know, when is it permissible to make something completely open so that anybody can go onto the internet and actually download that data and use it? So what we often do in a health research perspective is to do what we call managed access. And that is about access granted by a data access committee. And parties will usually then enter into legally binding data access agreements between the data donor and the data recipient. And this is important because the participants are then agreeing, when they give their informed consent, to good governance of their data by this trusted third party who makes the decisions on their behalf. So if research data is being contributed to a research data repository, peer consent will usually not be required if these four things apply. There is a data access committee. The recipients of the research data are asked to conduct a legitimate interest assessment, which involves balancing individual privacy against the interests of the public and the researcher. And also when agreements are in place to ensure that the use and sharing of the data is restricted, that those third parties can't pass it on to other people unless there are certain written agreements in place. And of course, ensuring compliance with PAPIA equivalent rules by the recipient party. So we just have two take-home messages for you. So the one is that we feel that it is really helpful to have an industry standard or a best practice for research in South Africa, given the PAPI Act, and that this needs to show sufficient safeguards are in place to ensure that research does not adversely affect research participants' privacy to a disproportionate effect. But most importantly, we don't want you to see PAPIA as a barrier to research. That is not its purpose. We want to say that what PAPIA does is it encourages us to do good practice and to put in place adequate safeguards to protect vulnerable research participants and special personal information. So that's the message that we would like to leave with you today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michelle, Matty, and Susan. It seems that the PAPI Act and the Code of Conduct, to me, it's actually an enabler for our researchers. It's actually not something new that our researchers are doing, because they are doing things already. Informed consent, in fact, is the golden thread through CIOMS, through the POPI Act, through this Code of Conduct, and in turn, our national HREC guidelines, the 2015 ones that are currently in place and the 2024 ones, which will be are being looked at currently. I invite our co-chair, the deputy chair of the NHREC Ethics Committee, a council in South Africa, Shanuka Singh, to the stage to talk to us about these guidelines as well. Shanuka is a full professor in the discipline of dentistry at UKZN. As I've said, she's a deputy chairperson of the National HREC, which is a ministerial appointment. She's a member of the Ethics in Dental Research Committee at the International Association of Dental Research. She is president-elect of the IDR South African Division, and she was invited to be part of the World Health Organization Joint Working Group, Regulation and Safety Unit and Health Ethics and Governance Unit to develop a tool for benchmarking research ethics oversight. Professor Singh is the appointed chair of the Biomedical Research Ethics Committee at UKZN, and is also a member of the Human Sciences Research Council Ethics Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I've come fully prepared all the devices. We shouldn't have any problems. So I would speak to you about research ethics committees, more from a regulatory perspective, specifically that of the National Health Research Ethics Council. So according to Section 71.1 of the National Health Act, all research ethics committees, or at least all institutions, should establish or have access to a research ethics committee, specifically for the purposes of having to review and approve research. And such committees should be registered with the National Health Research Ethics Council. This would apply to both human research ethics committees as well as ARECs, or animal research ethics committees, both of which require registration with the National Health Research Ethics Council. So Section 72 of the National Health Act also highlights the terms of reference for the National Health Research Ethics Council. And here again, we're looking at to determine guidelines that would provide some kind of guidance towards the functioning of research ethics committees, both for animals as well as for humans, to register and audit research ethics committees, also in line with these two categories that I've mentioned, to set norms and standards for the conduct of research, especially with human participants, as well as research with animals, as well as for the conduct of clinical trials, to adjudicate complaints about the functioning of RECs, as well as any complaints by a researcher around the conduct of a particular research ethics committee, or feel that they were unfairly discriminated against, have a right to source such support, and to refer such or to refer to the relevant statutory bodies any misconduct or violations in the ethical code of conduct committed by a particular health professional. To also institute such disciplinary action as prescribed against a particular person in violation of any set norms and standards, to advise both the national as well as the provincial departments of health on ethical issues related to research. And the council is also expected to set up working groups within council itself to help carry out its various tasks. So it should be noted again that the current the status of this particular guidelines that I'm going to be talking about is the 2015 guidelines. We currently do have an updated guidelines that is out for second public or second review or second round of public comments. I will not be speaking about those guidelines, but I will just only focus on the 2015 guidelines. So at current, we have 36 human research ethics committees that are registered with the council, as well as 21 ARECs. Now, registration is generally voluntary. That means a REC will come to council and ask for registration, of which council then would set up a process in terms of having to do the initial documentation, etc. The application is reviewed, and once the rec meets the criteria, then provisional registration is given to that particular rec. An on-site visit is then conducted, an audit is conducted, and if the rec is compliant, then registration is given to that rec for a period of 5 years. And the rec will have to submit annual reports in order to ensure that, or at least give council an idea in terms of its function, its present functioning. Council, on the other hand, would then interrogate these annual reports to again look at what are the gaps in terms of the functioning of this particular rec, and then highlight these gaps to the rec involved, and also put measures in place in order to ensure that these gaps are closed. So there is a register available of all registered research ethics committees, which is found on the National Health Research Ethics website. And if registration is revoked, generally it's because the rec has been non-compliant, specifically in the areas around complying with its own set standards, then in that particular case, that rec would have to re-look at in terms of its functioning, in terms of its function in reviewing research ethics protocols. And as such, this particular rec will then have to kind of put in place all of these gaps that was identified in order for registration to be reinstated. So the main purpose of a rec is to ensure the rights, dignity, and interests of research participants are upheld at all times, and this is done through voluntary participation of such participants, and that such research is also scientifically sound. Thus, the main responsibility of a rec member would be to ensure that independently, the proposed research provides adequate protections for study participants, as well as comply with the set standards for ethical research, as well as maintaining scientific integrity. And that these standards align with national standards as well as international guidelines, such as the Declaration of Helsinki, CIOMS, etc. Where animals are used in research, again, the AREC must ensure the welfare interest of animals that are involved, together with the compliance set by the South African national standards for the care and use of animals for the scientific purpose of research. And that such must be done to ensure that all conditions are met at all times. So research ethics committees should have terms of reference as well as standard operating procedures. And for your terms of reference, again, this outlines the mandate of why the REC is actually created in the first place, what are its statutory requirements, how does it fit into a particular institution or organization, what are the responsibilities, accountabilities, reporting structures, other issues such as remuneration, if that's applicable, etc. With regards to the SOPs, this provides the details in terms of how the REC actually operationalizes its functioning, the governance processes that are being used, and how does it carry out issues or at least functions such as the review process, the risk assessments, risk categorization, decision-making, monitoring, etc. So for REC membership, the RECs should ensure that members are independent, multidisciplinary, multisectorial, pluralistic, as well as inclusive. And that REC membership, according to the 2015 guidelines, highlights that there should be at least 9 members with a quorum being of a single majority, and that if there is more than 15 members or more, then your quorum would be 33%, and that this should also include these various categories as outlined on the slide, starting with people that would have knowledge and expertise in the area of the health professions, members with quantitative research experience, qualitative research experience. You have the lay person that is going to be involved, person with biostatistics, someone with legal expertise, etc. So in essence, you want to have diversity in terms of the disciplines where this rec is actually positioned, specifically in relation to the types of research that is being reviewed by this particular committee. So is there diversity in that setting, as well as diversity in terms of the seniority in rank, ethnicity, culture, again, ensuring that this is relevant to the communities within which this particular rec serves its purpose. In terms of the layperson, again, ensuring that where laypersons are being selected, that this is done so from the communities where this research or the proposed research is being conducted. So at the same time, members should also have the appropriate qualifications as well as experience. Professor Van Delden, they should also have research ethics training as well. So that's also part of the requirements, specifically in terms of being able to both review as well as evaluate the science, the health aspects, the ethics, etc., in terms of the particular research that is being proposed. And obviously from the layperson's perspective, to again ensure are the community voices, the community perspectives, community needs and interests being upheld. So for this purpose, training of all REC members is absolutely critical, specifically for the review process. And we do know in South Africa that we have RECs that are at different levels of development as well. So is there capacity building that is occurring? How does this occur? How is the ongoing training that is being made available, etc. Also, research ethics members should have a code of conduct, which describes, again, the conduct of members, the integrity process, the expectations of REC members, including, for example, having to ensure that you attend regular meetings, you are punctual, you are able to submit your reviews in time, etc. And that there is also issues around confidentiality, issues around declaration of conflicts of interest, and the management of the conflicts of interest once this has been declared. So at the same time, institutions must be able to indemnify committees from the decisions that are making to ensure that there is some kind of public liability insurance that does exist, and that the institution should take legal responsibility for the decisions and advice given by the REC, provided that this is done so in good faith. So in terms of ethics training, like I said, again, we want to ensure that there is the availability of courses. We do know that there are a number of online courses, free online courses that are available. We have been using TREE very, very extensively in South Africa, given that it is freely available. And to ensure that there is also, for example, good clinical practice, specifically where research involves clinical trials, and research ethics committee members are involved in the review of such research protocols. We also want to ensure that when REC members join a particular committee, that there is an orientation and induction program that is put in place, and that there is ongoing training for the REC members. We do also know that most of these training courses are generic, and that sometimes you're asking people to do the same courses with the same kind of material that's there. So therefore, these workshops and these context-specific training exposure is quite important, because they bring forth the context-specific challenges that occur that you will not find in a generic training course. So in terms of SOPs, again, we want to ensure that the SOPs will cover aspects with regards to how a REC is going to carry out its daily functions, how the meetings are being done, the frequency of the meetings, how is this recorded, how is record keeping done, issues around the registration or register list for people that have attended the meetings. How do we define expedited reviews, full committee meetings, etc.? How are quorum requirements established? How is the decision made, from the deliberation to the risk determination to the decisions that are finally made? How is this process actually facilitated? How are conflicts of interest, as I've indicated previously, how are they declared and managed during a REC meeting? Also, we want to look at issues around the protocol review process. Is there a particular template that reviewers will have to use in order to conduct the review? What about the processes around continuing reviews? How is this facilitated? What type of processes are in place for issues around monitoring, whether it is passive monitoring or whether it is active monitoring? How is this actually facilitated? And is there a procedure for recertification of ongoing studies, as well as study closure reports once a study has been closed? So for the REC review process, again, we want to look at what was the type of deliberation that occurs. Is it a case of having to look at, again, the set ethical standards that would guide the deliberation process, etc.? How is that decision-making actually facilitated and reached? Is it through consensus? Is it through voting? How is this covered in the standard operating procedures? I've spoken about conflicts. Again, that the REC has got to be very sensitive in terms of looking at the context, the local context of where the research is being conducted. And that through this entire process, we are looking at transparency. Transparency in the decision-making processes, as well as how feedback is being given to a particular PI or applicant. So from a submission perspective, in terms of what the PI is supposed to be submitting, again, the council would want to look at a formal ethics application process so that the researcher would know what to look for or what the research ethics committee is looking for, as opposed to simply submitting a protocol. So in this way, again, the ethics application form will highlight the various aspects that one is looking for. Also look at issues around your information sheets, your consent documents, the data collection tools, the recruitment processes, any type of information that is being used for recruitment. Should also take into account issues around how literacy levels are determined, how is the informed consent process facilitated, how are tests of readability conducted if it's applicable to that particular study, if they are community-based research, what is the evidence of consultation, community engagement, community entry points, etc. How is all of this facilitated? And where there are ARECs involved in terms of animal research ethics, again, we want to see how are the welfare interests of animals ensured, optimized, and what type of monitoring procedures and schedules are in place, as well as who are the responsible people that would facilitate all of this functions. From a feedback perspective, again, we want to know how a decision has been reached, what type of information is being given back to the research applicant. And for this purpose, research ethics chairs play quite an important role in terms of, so what we generally would do is review all the reviewers' comments that come in. We consolidate the report before we actually would submit that feedback report to the applicant. We cut out all the very horrible language that can sometimes come in and creep into those review reports to make sure that it is constructive, it is collegial, it highlights the issues that needs to be addressed without having to create any adversarial situation, because we do know it becomes a very tense situation at times. So how do we as ethics chairs as well also ensure that we create a conducive environment so that we build confidence in the research ethics process? So we do also look at the issue of reciprocal reviews. And again, this is quite important because we want to avoid the duplication of ethics reviews, unnecessary delays on the ethics processes. And for this, if there is, the study involves minimal risk, 2 ethics committees are involved. If one ethics committee is willing to accept the review of another ethics committee or the decision made by another ethics committee, what are the processes that have been put in place? The 2024 guidelines would actually highlight that quite clearly as compared to the 2015 guidelines. But again, to just point out that this type of reciprocal review process must also be interrogated, looked into by research ethics committees, so that we don't become silos where we think we're the only ones, or a particular REC is the only one that can conduct a particular review, specifically when it comes to the risk status. It doesn't matter how many reviews you conduct. If the study is minimal risk, the risk status remains the same. So in terms of continuing reviews, as I've indicated, again, this is something that Council pays a lot of attention in, because research ethics committees should have oversight of the approved studies in terms of what is actually happening in the field, either through passive monitoring, that is through the submission of annual reports, maybe it's biannual report, progress reports, etc., that is then telling or highlighting what could be some of the challenges that have occurred in the field, etc. And then also through active monitoring, through what we would call site visits, where a REC would go in, look at issues around the informed consent, how was this facilitated, how is confidentiality maintained, is there any deviation from the approved protocol, etc. So again, looking at how do we ensure that there is this continuation and continuity between the REC's responsibilities, as well as with the researchers and the research participants that are in the field. So from a compliance perspective, again, it's a case of where the National Health Research Ethics Council, like I've indicated, does the registration, and then there are audits that are conducted after every 5 years. Part of the audits would be, again, going into the field, looking at the documentation, looking at processes, highlighting what could be the gaps, and then finding solutions as to how these gaps can be closed. And we also look at the annual reports as well. Again, this is self-reported, so we do make a correlation between the annual report as well as the site visits to see, because self-reporting could be one aspect, and then what actually happens in the field could be something very different. So how do we reconcile those two aspects? At the same time, complaints must be made, or a process for complaints must be created, specifically where researchers may have complaints about the REC, or research participants may have complaints about the researchers. What type of procedures and facilities and processes or mechanisms are in place? Is there a process for the complaints to be taken outside of the REC if the complainant did not receive any joy within the REC itself? So it was not actually addressed at that particular level. So where are the structures outside of the REC to deal with this? If this is not dealt to the satisfaction of the complainant, then there is also the National Health Research Ethics Council that becomes another platform for where complaints can actually be facilitated and discussed, as well as some kind of resolution put into place. And this basically, again, positions the National Health Research Ethics Council between or amongst the other regulatory processes, as well as other stakeholders within the country itself. And so in conclusion, basically, again, the National Health Research Ethics Council will provide guidance for both research ethics committees as well as researchers through the various processes and structures that have been highlighted. And like we said, again, this is about ensuring that there is ongoing discussions, ongoing facilitation and dialogue between the regulatory process as well as researchers and research ethics committees. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Shanuka. I think for ethics committees and to work with researchers, vulnerable parties, and all the stakeholders involved, it's about consistency and communication at the end of the day. And every time I hear that we've got an audit coming up with the NHREC, oh my goodness, we always run. But the hard work does come in, as you say, it's about the guidelines, making sure that we are compliant during the process to be able to have you come over and say, yes, what you're doing is correct. So thank you very much. I'm going to be opening up the floor for questions, but I just want to first ask, I've got you, Paul, if the presenters would like to make any comments on any of the presentations first. Can I open it up? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we do have 14 minutes, but if you can please raise your hands and then we can identify you so that we can have the questions come through.
Thank you very much, Eleni, and everyone else for excellent presentations. I just want to make one quick statement because nobody said it, and it should be a given. There's one thing that comes before everything else that's been discussed today, and that's good science. I think we still need to emphasize that because people tend to forget that. Because if the science is bad, it all becomes irrelevant because you can't do any of this research. And I think we have to emphasize it. And we learned that during COVID, there was a lot of bad science and it got pushed through. So I think we still have to be very aware of that. Just to what Shanuka said, there were two issues that concerned me, three actually. One is about recs. There are a lot of weak recs in this country. And as you know, some of them are suspended, some are not managing. We need a process of sort of capacity building, mentorship to actually get the weaker recs up to a level that they can manage. Because if that doesn't happen, then there's an undue burden on the other recs. And we've seen this quite a lot of late. And I think it's something that there needs to be a concerted effort to try and upskill the weaker recs. And that goes hand in hand with the issue of reciprocity. Because the reciprocity at the moment, there's no formal process. It's very much ad hoc. And I think it's something we need to look at a more formal process of reciprocity between recs so that it can be done. Because at the moment, everyone says, oh, well, this one should do that and the other, but there's nothing formalized, nothing. It's important for all the recs to actually start working more closely together to A, upskill the weaker ones, and B, to try and have everyone on the same page so that we can have better reciprocity. And then my last comment, and that goes hand in hand with what you said about complaints. There's a big problem we have in this country, and this is the issue of what I call special people. There are certain researchers who think that they're very special, and they cut corners and they put undue influence on recs and other regulatory authorities because of who they are. And this is something that's completely unacceptable. We saw quite a bit of it during COVID, where there's a lot of pressure on, I know my predecessor was terribly pressurized about this sort of thing. And many people in the rec chairs have been through this. I also have the same situation as SAPRA CTC chair. And it's something that we need to stop because, it's unfair. You're getting people who are sort of leading people who get away with things that they shouldn't do, and more junior researchers don't have any sort of influence at all. And that's something that happens a lot and bothers me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rav. I'll take your first question, which is around the issue of, first one was, no, that was not for the reciprocity. The good science, I totally agree on. Something else there after that.
Weak, yeah. Weak.
No. Yes, okay, the issue around the capacity building. That is actually an institutional responsibility. But like we said, what we need to do is that we need to emphasize the issue around institutional capacity building, because recs are positioned within the institution whose function is to review research ethics protocols. It is an institutional insight to ensure that proper processes put in place, that people understand the review process, and that people also understand the research process as well. So again, I think we need to go back to the research institutions and re-emphasize their positioning. On the issue of reciprocity, updated guidelines provides more guidance around the issue of reciprocity, specifically around the roles and responsibilities
responsibilities, because that's quite important, and that was something that was missing in the 15 guidelines. Also, in terms of reciprocity comes the issue of trust. And I think we still have recs in the country that are distrustful of other recs and their review processes. And somewhere along the line, again, we need to break those silos we have in terms of certain recs believing they are better than other recs. So that's a problem that does exist. We also have the issue around, like you pointed out, we have these high-powered researchers that tend to use muscle around. It's an issue of integrity, whether it's research integrity or professional integrity. And it's something, how do we build integrity in a person? Because it is something that we need to reflect on. Each one of us, individual, needs to reflect on that. And we tend to always do this, you know, these people are behaving the way they do. But I think change starts with the individual. I got to start looking at my own behavior, my own research behaviors first, before I start looking at other people's behavior. So really, it's about professional integrity that comes into it. Thank you. Because unfortunately, we can only raise these aspects, but like we said, it's an individual choice of having to make that distance, that change, paradigm shift, a paradigm shift in your mind.
Maybe I've got 1 year.
Okay.
1 year and then 1 day, and then I've got one online.
Okay, great. Let's go.
Okay. Good morning again, and thank you to all the presenters. I'm going to make our international guest vulnerable because I'm going to exploit him while he's here with us. I think you probably saw that research ethics committees need to do monitoring, both active and passive. And we've been doing our job in terms of passive monitoring. We do understand the need for active monitoring, and some of us have not been fighting the NEREC in terms of that mandate, but we actually have been working towards how we could start honoring our post-approval responsibilities to include the active monitoring. The reality is that it's going to be complex, time-consuming, resource-heavy, etc. So I need to ask you, in terms of your international experience, what would your thoughts be in terms of active monitoring? Has this been instituted in the Netherlands, and what is the experience there? And has CIOMS been considered in terms of giving us more guidance points on how to go about both active and passive monitoring? Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question. As if I'm not already vulnerable enough. It's not my mother tongue, English, and I'm in a different country, not knowing anything about cricket, so troublesome. Yes, I know, but maybe we have one team. Yeah, but maybe one team. It's not as if every boy in is cricket, right? They all play football or soccer, no, but football. So really, cricket is non-existent in the Netherlands. Anyway, I think actually your question is in part what I would also answer to Paul Ruff's question. I think this active oversight and also exchanging views on what we do and in a way educating each other could be a way to improve the quality of research ethics committees. I'll give you an example, and this is a bit of a funny example. Almost 35 years ago, it was perfectly clear that specimen could be used for research in a later stage. And people said to the government, hey, we need an act on biobanking or something. We still don't have that act, which is crazy. Meantime, of course, researchers started, so we set up our own committee in the absence of a law, which is not very pleasant, right? If you want to work as a committee in the absence of a law, so who gives you guidance? So hospital guidance, which is not at all as a national law, of course. So this happened in my institution, it happened in several institutions. And so we made it a point to exchange protocols, to review them, in order to make sure that there would be some consistency. And also, and I go back to the point that I made during the conversation, during my talk, I think it really could also be something that your authority would work on, to have some quality indicators, because then you can start trusting the other committee. So, of course, it's the link. We start, as by the way we do have in the Netherlands, if we start trusting the other committee, then you don't have a dual review within the country, right? So in essence, if one has assessed the protocol, it's done. Other committees don't even get to view it anymore. And that, of course, would save time. It would give you the possibilities, I guess, to also do more active review protocols. At this moment in the Netherlands, only the Central Committee does that. But the Central Committee is the committee that also adopts you as a member of a committee, so it has that authority, and that committee will also do for course or without a course evaluation of the work of the committees, and that helps. It helps in improving the work or the quality of the work of committees. Could CIOMS do more? Yes, I can. I think it can. So in the present guideline, this is not something that we have really specified, and it could, yeah. Active monitoring, yeah. Active monitoring, and I think also quality control. Two stages, but I think I see a link.
So I'm not going to active monitoring of research, but active monitoring
Studies.
of the studies going on to the sites.
Yeah.
To ensure that the studies are being conducted
Well,
in accordance with our.
Okay, so the CIOMS guidelines say that this should happen. And of course, the truth is that most ethics committees, also in the Netherlands, are overburdened. And therefore, that's the first to go out of the window. I mean, how many protocols do you review every week? On Sunday? Because the week was full of other things. And so active control, active monitoring is so difficult. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to point out again that the updated draft guidelines are currently out on, for public comment and stakeholder comment. Here's your opportunity again to look at these various sections that was a bit cloudy in the 2015 guidelines, and here's your opportunity to make some kind of contribution here. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanuka. Please.
I'm Professor Theriachi, and I'm chairperson of University's Central Research Ethics Committee. And what Prof. Rolf said, universities that are non-compliant, especially those researchers that are real academics and refuse to comply with certain ethical standards. I was recently confronted with such an issue, and the data was being collected from all higher education institutions. And as a result, each institution will then review according to their ethical standard. Ethical clearance was provisional ethical clearance from the institution where the person was attached, was given provisional ethical clearance, did not do the corrections that were suggested by the Institutional Ethics Committee, but sent out the application to all the other higher education institutions in the country. Subsequently, all the other institutions gave full ethical clearance, and my research ethics committee rejected the application based on the questionnaire because there were serious issues with this application. We sent it back to the applicant, and the applicant threatened with going to the media, and really it was a huge thing. The institution was on social media and all of that. There were comments and general statements being made. And I eventually wrote to the chairperson of that institution. It's a well-known higher education, known for its research in the country. And the response from there is that, well, we gave provisional approval and we assumed that the researcher. So my question is, who holds sway on the final clearance of that clearance? Is it the REC that is a stricter process, or the institution from where it comes from? Thank you.
I think the best way to actually look at this again would be through your SOPs. What is your SOP stating? Especially when there is multiple reviews that are occurring or for studies that are occurring on multiple sites. Clear that very easily in your SOP, because that's how you're actually functioning. And if you are looking at a reciprocal process, again, there is a reciprocal review process, like 15 guidelines that's not really outlined very clearly. It's been clarified in the 2024 guidelines, but suffice to say, again, it highlights the roles and responsibilities. Once you have that in place, it becomes very, very clear in terms of who has final oversight of that particular study, whether it is student research or whether it is conducted at the host institution. They're simply applying for gatekeeper permission at another institution, because that's a different process altogether. And in some cases where there is site permission that is being requested, committees may ask for a full review to occur. So again, it's about how these SOPs are actually being developed and how are they being facilitated or operationalized in that particular institution. Suffice to say that the national guidelines is providing set norms and standards to say that an SOP must be in place. It doesn't give you the details as to what goes into that SOP. That's at an institutional level. At the same time, I think one needs to also be careful in the sense that the Research Ethics Committee is not responsible for all research in an institution. Its function is merely to review protocols for the purpose of protection of study participants. The research office and the research in that sector still has a lot of oversight over research processes. So we also need to separate these different processes that are in place and to make sure that when our research ethics committees, the mandate is quite clear and we don't blur the lines as well. But suffice to look at your SOPs. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Shanuka. Are there any other, I think, okay, great. Can we have one from online, please? And then I think we should go to break.
This question is about multinational studies, clinical trials. How does one check that a research protocol has been in a regional country, especially where a study involves higher education institutions and low and middle income countries? That was the question from the online community.
Okay. Sorry, Tanya, can you repeat again?
They say, how do one check that the research proposal has been approved?
Closer.
Oh, how does one check that a research proposal has been approved in with multinational studies when there was a study, when the protocol was approved, when this involves now ethics approval on site?
So if you're looking at studies that have been conducted, national sites or international forms, and you want to know, is the ethics approval being granted for that study? So the Research Ethics Committee, the local level, can ask a parallel ethics certificate for the study that has been conducted on another site. That can be done. Now, there are cases where in certain countries, research ethics committees do exist. So in that particular case, the researcher will need to exhaust all forms or all avenues to say that such committees does not exist in that particular setting before the research ethics committee locally can decide on a waiver. That would be the last resort, because one would need to look at what is the existing research ethics committee platforms in a particular country, and how that communication dialogue occurs. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. And that brings us to our comfort break. It is 6 minutes past 10, and we should be coming back at 15:15. But should we say 20 past? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. We'll just take a lot and then we'll go for comfort break. Do we have a, sorry. Hello?
Thanks, Elaine. Sorry, my question was burning before the take the tea break. It's to ask, and also following our recent conversations regarding the revisions of the World Medical Association's Declaration of Helsinki, focusing on really just the vulnerabilities of certain community groups and individuals. The question is two-faced. Firstly, directed to Prof. Nancy and Matty with regard to special information. This is really just to ask you, when you stated earlier in your presentation that special information does not exclude vulnerable populations, but rather requires justification for processing rather than special procedures. My question is, when we talk about this, about the justification, are we saying that the special procedures or measures are no longer required? Or does ASIF's Code of Conduct include provision for where researchers need to actually specify that there are procedures and processes in place that at least necessitate safeguards for vulnerable groups? I just wanted to ask you with regard to that, the substantive aspect on the guidelines. And then to ask Prof. Shanuka with regard to oversight, regulatory oversight in this aspect as well. Does the new guidelines provide for a requirement that agencies establish a data management committee to enable oversight, regulatory oversight? So, and also, if they do have a data management committee, is this a standalone committee, or does that represent somebody within the HREC for those special considerations around data management? Thank you.
I just want to explain the concept of special information under POPIA, and then Michelle is going to do the ASAF bit. What POPIA basically says is, when you want to process special information, the first question that you need to ask yourself is, do I need to process this information? If the answer is no, don't process it. If the answer is yes, then all the provisions of POPIA applies. But the determination is certain questions that you ask yourself first, and the Act has categories for each, provisions for each of those categories. So the default should be avoiding to process that information unless it's really necessary. But then when you process it, all of the specific rules apply. You don't then have to have extra special measures, because the measures POPIA provides for are already good enough to safeguard the information.
I think that's absolutely right. And it is about safeguarding the participants and protecting their privacy. But I think, you know, what POPIA does, and what we're hoping this best practice does, is to encourage good research behavior that is responsible. So, you know, I think when you're working with special personal information, that's especially important. And you document, what are the safeguards? How are you managing the risks? And again, we're balancing risks with benefit.
Thank you. So I did have a disclaimer at the beginning of my presentation that I will not cover anything related to the updated 2024 guidelines. But I will talk about data management in general and Management Committee, as alluded to by the person that asked the question. So data management in general, again, there should be provisions that are made in terms of the ethics review process to ensure that proper data management processes are in place, specifically in terms of data storage, its access, security, if there are any breaches, etc. Again, noting that this is what a research ethics committee reviews, but it is not the research ethics committee's responsibility to ensure that this is being implemented. That is the institution's responsibility. So therefore, it is merely a review process, but to ensure that these mechanisms are actually put in place. When one looks at a data management specifically here, now if you get access to data, etc., again, this could be a subcommittee that can be created in terms of having specifically to look at data management, how access is being facilitated, what is the competence of the people that want to require or want to use data, secondary data specifically, what are the conditions for the use of that secondary data, could be some of the clauses in terms of what happens to the data once it's been transferred, once it has been, etc. That's a different process that one would need to look at. But suffice to say that one would need to look at data management in a broad sense, both from a particular storage of data in general to data sharing, data access, etc. So these nuances in data management must be considered. Thank you.
Apologies, just very brief, and I'm not going into detail, and that pertains actually to the online question, just to say that in our requirement framework, we have actually mentioned quite a huge chapter on transborder data transfers, what the other countries should actually comply with to ensure that it actually tallies with what we're stating in the code as such. Just very briefly, thank you.
Great. Thanks. Thanks very much. We're going to break now for comfort break. But if I can call Tanya just to give a gift of appreciation to all our presenters and to CIOMS as well. And it's 15:15. If we can please break at 11:30.
Good day, colleagues. Just a quick announcement. Could I ask the 9 speakers for this second session to please come up to the chairs at the front? We have a short time frame, so we would just want to reduce the time it takes for people to move backward and forward in between the talks. So that is Leslie Burgess, Siyiso Koali, Fikile Mnisi, Sarika Van Kevin Behrens, Diana D'Souza. And then Prof. Dye and Prof. Ruff will join us at the end to facilitate the roundtable session. Just a last call for the speakers for the session. Thank you. Great, colleagues, please continue to make your way to your seats. I think in the interest of time, we are going to get started. My name is President for Sarima. with the portfolio around research management and administration. So it's lovely to see you all here today and to particularly talk about what Serena's particular competency framework, professional competency framework, identifies as its key competency area. Number 6 in our framework is around ethics and integrity. So it's great that we're here to discuss this during the course of today. The session from now until the lunch break, we will have 9 or 10 speakers. I think some of them joint speakers. So from my part, chairperson, please be understanding if I come and let you know that you have a minute or 2 left to my speakers. My job here is quite difficult to keep us going. We've got 10 minutes per slot. So I will be standing up when there's 9 minutes done. So you might see me in my bright green out of your peripheral vision. That was done on purpose when I got dressed this morning. So that will just let you know that you'll be towards the end of your time and be at the point of wrapping up. So I would like to introduce our first speaker for this session. That is Rieta Fasagi. So Dr. Rieta Fasagi is based at UNISA. I'm just going to grab my notes from underneath here. Thanks. So she is the director of the Research Integrity Office at UNISA. She's dedicated to recognizing research ethics governance in South Africa and also through SARIMA within the SADC region. She provides advisory services to several African higher education institutions around the continent. And she is the co-founder of the SARIMA Northern Regions Community of Practice for Research Ethics and Integrity, and is also chair of the Executive Board of Ethicspert. Thank you, Rieta, and over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. It is absolutely wonderful to be with you. I can see so many family members of our existing family, and then I see many other family members that should join the communities of practice and all the SARIMA initiatives. I'm going to present on harmonizing humanity, the role of research management in ensuring participant safety. Many of the presentations this morning actually touched on the harmonization principle. Harmonizing humanity in the context of research ethics is about collective efforts globally to align research practices and ethical standards with human values such as dignity, integrity, respect, and participant safety. It involves promoting ethical research conduct that prioritizes the well-being and rights of individuals participating in research studies, while fostering collaborations and unity among researchers, research managers, ethicists, regulatory agencies, and patient or participant advocates worldwide. Harmonizing efforts by various local and international organizations and regulatory bodies, such as CIOMS and the South African National Health Research Ethics Council, and diverse role players, such as members of the research management profession, aim to create a global research community guided by shared ethical values and principles. In the book Finding Common Ground, Consensus in Research Ethics Across the Social Sciences, Ron Ipoh asks how to build upon existing research ethics developments without reinventing the wheel. From a harmonization perspective, he contends that the constructive way to progress is to assess previous work and determine what else can be done that is novel, losing sight of the valuable insights that have gone before. He laments the development of new codes and guidelines without adequate sharing of developments or cross-fertilization of ideas. The notion of universality referring to the adoption of universally accepted ethical principles without adequate contextualization to context or cultures is widely contested in scholarly debates on research ethics, particularly from decolonial perspectives. In the context of this presentation, however, I argue that harmonizing efforts should focus on finding common ground without marginalizing unique local and contexts. I further argue that research managers are essential in safeguarding participant safety and promoting the uptake of contextually relevant guidelines. According to the Southern African Research and Innovation Association's competency framework that Cass referred to, the role of research ethics managers include to promote, foster and support research ethics and integrity, compliance and responsible research conduct. On a strategic level, these managers interpret international codes and practices, set the tone for the organizational research ethics, foster and implement codes of conduct, and institutionalize codes of and research ethics. They must also remain developments and engage in ongoing dialogue, knowledge sharing, and capacity building initiatives to promote participant safety. For instance, by establishing or participating in communities of practice and education programs, conducting research and acting as catalysts for change. Integrating community consultation was also mentioned previously today. Culture, humility and compassion into research practices has gained prominence in African-centered guidelines as a response to the history of exploitative research practices. The SAN Code of Research Ethics, launched in 2017, emphasizes the principle of care, while the Global Code of Conduct for Equitable Research Partnerships from Trust similarly recognizes care as a foundational principle. These guidelines underpin ethical research that is informed by local requirements and is grounded on mutual trust. The 2021 CIOMS Consensus Report on Clinical Research in Resource-Limiting Settings further acknowledges the need to address exploitative research. As stated, clinical research in resource-limited settings has a complex historical background. Despite significant progress in the past decades, and even with the best intentions, some projects have worked adversely for the study participants or communities involved. Perspectives in different parts of the world are diverse and sometimes even contrary. And instances of exploitative research initiated by entities from high-income cities in resource-limited settings, so-called ethics dumping, continue to occur. The consensus report expands upon the 2016 CIOMS guidelines, delineating the characteristics and circumstances that render individuals vulnerable. It strongly urges researchers engaged in clinical research in resource-limiting settings to assess vulnerability by comprehensively understanding the local context of the study. To illustrate a harmonizing, a group of research managers from the community of practice for research ethics and integrity, under the auspices of the Southern African Research Management Association and the Southern African Network for Biosciences, formulated a comprehensive set of research ethics guidelines tailored for the Southern African development community in 2021. Many of you might not know about these guidelines, but it's actually a very useful set of guidelines. The guidelines serve the SADC research community in its entirety and is crucial for self-regulation concerning professional, ethical and legal research integrity and ethics responsibilities, including adherence to the Nagoya Protocol. The guidelines underpin ethical research informed by local requirements and include a section focusing explicitly on research informed by the local realities of the sample communities. It is also noteworthy that in line with the harmonizing principle, the section focusing on vulnerability in the guidelines draw from the 2021 CIOMS consensus report, the South African guideline on research ethics, specifically the 2015 version. A key difference of this guideline document, however, is the focus on research integrity and ethics, including guidance on the application of the Nagoya Protocol. The work of the COP did not stop there, and this is an invitation for you to please consider this community of practice. We held several stakeholder meetings with key stakeholders in the SADC region. This resulted in requests for guidance on the use of AI in research ethics for SADC currently being formulated. In conclusion, the take-home message is that research managers are in an ideal position to mitigate risks and ensure participant safety through participating in the development of guidelines. The institution-wide implementation of guidelines and codes of conduct, policy integration, and advocating for change. Do consider including them purposefully in working groups focusing on harmonizing research ethics guidelines. Thank you.
Absolutely within your 10 minutes. That was 9 minutes on the dot, so you're officially my favorite. Thank you very much, Rieta. Colleagues, we're going to move on to the next speaker. There will be an opportunity for questions at the end when we have the roundtable session. So if you have questions, please jot down who you'd like to propose them to, and so that you get them. So we've got some fantastic speakers up ahead. Our next speaker is Professor Lee Burgess, who is behind me. Professor Burgess has been involved in clinical trials since 1992. To date, she has more than 100 publications to her credit, in addition to being the author of 4 chapters in internationally recognized textbooks for clinical research. She spent a number of years sitting on the Stellenbosch University Health Research Ethics Committee and is currently a review of the Clinical Trials Committee of SAPRA. At present, she's the Director of Trade Research and PAL Research Centre and consults for various syndicates of the Wits Health Consortium. Prof, thank you very much. Over to you. Could we get the slides up for Professor Burgess? Okay. Could I ask our team to, if you can just, Prof, I think let's jump to the next speaker in the meantime, and we'll come back to you if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
They'll go and investigate. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have slides for Siso Koali? Fantastic, thank you very much. Colleagues, so just in the interest of time, while we sort that out, we will just jump forward one speaker. So thanks very much, Prof. So Dr. Siso Koali is a Research Integrity Officer at the South African Medical Research Council, MRC. He provides guidance on research integrity matters and develops policies and guidelines. He also handles cases with regard to breach and also possible research misconduct. Very difficult role for you to have to deal with. He's also involved in ethics and integrity training and also GCP, good clinical practice training. Dr. Koali, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to give you a talk today on the element of trust in research, and I decided to wear my suit today so that you can trust me. All right, so my opening statement for this talk is basically on this one. A person with integrity will consistently demonstrate virtuous character, regardless of circumstances or consequences. So, trust is a continuous belief, towards the fulfillment of Entrusted Act. So normally, when we recruit our research participants in research, they don't really have any detailed or profound information about the study, but they have the element of trust. So we can simply tell our research participants that, trust me, because I'm a researcher. But is it how we should operate? We'll see as time goes by through my slides. So trust is the end. If ever you have some smaller modifications on your submitted protocol that was approved by a registered HREC, definitely speaking, you have to inform the approver, which is the HREC that approved your protocol. You can't just say, okay, we promise to translate our protocols in Zulu or in Sotho or in any particular language, and then you decided not to translate the informed consent forms, and you think it is still fine. So trust is relational in the sense that research participants will always put their beliefs on us as researchers. It's relational in a sense that they believe that through the continuation of the study, researchers will always adhere or respect whatever that was stipulated in the protocol. Trust makes it rational for people to accept other people's research findings. When you read an article, you don't have any reason to doubt the research outcome of that particular article, but you trust that the researcher conducted the research responsibly through the lens of research integrity. Trustworthiness is a quality observed from the fulfillment of Entrusted Act. If ever we promise some certain things to our research participants, and indeed it was the completion of the study, we managed to maintain everything that we promised to our research participant, definitely we managed to fulfill the Entrusted Act. Consistent upholding of moral qualities. We have seen one slide from Professor Shinuga today talking about research ethics. Of course, we offer research training because human beings are not autocratic. Moral qualities or virtuous characters are not innate, but we should try by all means to develop and acquire more virtuous actions. So, key qualities of trustworthiness in research: consistently. You ought to be consistent in your research integrity principles. The application of your research integrity principles should be applied consistently. Integrity. No one, as a research integrity officer, I don't have to go around and look how you conduct your research as a researcher, but these particular qualities ought to be embedded within your character as a researcher. Transparency and honesty should always be permeated through our conduct in research. Trustworthiness fosters mutual relationship, not only between us as researchers, but between research participants and communities. In research, the trust of the participant hopes that the researcher will honor the relationship and not exploit the research participant. The of trustworthiness that will enable our researchers to respect research participants. When we perceive our research participants, we don't perceive people whom can be used as the means for us to attain our end results. But these are people who ought to be respected because they have inalienable human rights and they have innate human dignity. They are not just mere subjects that can be exploited for us to have the research results. Not at all. Allow voluntary informed consent. This should not be just a tick of the box. It should be done with all the respect by furnishing all honest information so that they can make informed decisions whether they want to participate or whether they don't want to participate. If ever, it ought to be disclosed in your informed consent. Be thoroughly trustworthy and inform your research partner that they've got the right to withdraw from participation. Protect privacy. We have seen from ASAF Code of Conduct, this was well articulated in terms protecting the information of our research participants, as well as promoting data integrity. The accuracy of our data should always be maintained. We ought to have controls so that the information that we have about our data is not going to be accessed by unauthorized third parties. Ubuntu's value in safeguarding the welfare of research participants. Ubuntu plays a very fundamental part. And I'm very proud to say this is our sub-Saharan moral theory. We have virtue ethics, we have deontology, utilitarianism, consequentialism, you can mention them all. But this one ought to be incorporated in our conduct of research. And this is how Ubuntu protects the welfare of our research participants. Ubuntu perceives participants and researchers the web of harmonious and loyal interrelations. So it doesn't perceive research participants as mere objects used in research for researchers to acquire knowledge or to generate new knowledge. Ubuntu treasures moral disposition of humane, caring, respectful, solidarity, and tolerant attitude towards research participants. So we always ought to show them respect, because if we are disloyal to our research participants, we lack that particular desire to continue to participate in our research, and we go into struggle as researchers. So through Ubuntu, participants are not perceived as the means to an end. So vulnerability part, I like the highlight that Professor Ames made at the beginning when she talks about vulnerability. So even the element of trust, there is an element of this particular notion on vulnerability. Participants do not know with certainty whether the entrusted, which is the research, will act as expected. Are we going to act out of goodwill every time when we enrolled our research participants in our researches? So that shows the element of vulnerability on the side of the research participants, because they don't know, they don't have that certainty whether you will fulfill the entrusted act. The entrusted researcher could act negligently, exploit, and cause deliberate harm to the trusting participants, and kill the goodwill at all. Public trust is also very important, because if ever we are not transparent, loyal, and trustworthy, definitely we're going to kill the public trust. So these are the four core credibility in research. As you can see, it's my appeal today as a research integrator and a philosopher, to appeal to the researchers to be guided by the roots of integrity. Every conduct that you do in research should emanate from integrity. And the integrity principle or approach will inform your results as a researcher, to an extent that no research integrity officer will come and investigate your conduct of research because you have breached the research norms and standards. So everything that we do, whenever we enroll our participants, we should always bear in mind that we ought to follow the ground roots of integrity, which is at the bottom. In conclusion, if researchers and research institutions to restore trust in research, they should focus not only on a legal framework and ethics guidelines, but at the same time, we should also try by all means to promote trustworthy. And this is how we can promote it. This can be achieved by fostering and encouraging ethical conduct of research through educational programs. That is why even our national ethics guidelines emphasize on research ethics training, because we want to help our researchers to develop moral virtues or virtuous characters or virtues generally, so that they can conduct their research through the lens of research integrity. So I would like to leave you with this quote. I took this quote from Karl Popper. He said, "A researcher's freedom to advance knowledge is tied up to his or her own responsibility to be honest." So all good people, I want to encourage us to be honest for us to promote and protect the welfare of our research participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that message. Very important in all aspects when we're dealing with research integrity. So, we are going to continue with our next speaker. Okay, great. So we've got the slides ready. Thank you very much to the team. Going to go back to Professor Burgess, who I have already introduced. So I'm going to hand straight over to you, Prof. Thanks very much.
Okay, I'm going to be talking about SAPRA functioning and research participant safeguards. Unfortunately, my shortened version of the talk went somehow in cyberspace, so I'm going to have to go very quickly through this because I initially thought it was a 20-minute talk. So as we know, we've all been doing our SAPRA, our SAGCP updates. SAPRA's been asking for them. They've been in effect since October 2021, and the big thing about them was the fact that there were so many differences actually from the first version. I think the big is how they actually play hand in hand with the DOH document from 2015, and I must say when I saw that draft going around, I could think is we're going to have to start running SAGCP again because it basically runs concurrently. So what are the big things that actually are specifically designed or written in SAGCP that put safeguarding measures in place? Well, first of all, even though they go hand in hand, there's two very different components to it. SAGCP deals with more of the actual conduct of the clinical trials, while the DOH guidelines actually looks more at the infrastructure and research ethics related to it. So while they do go hand in hand, there's a lot of very little subtle nuances. We have got it in SAGCP 20 that it does take precedent if there's any problems with any of the other guidelines, and it actually does even sort of come in, have a legality about it as well up in terms of the law. I'm not going to go into to many of the things because a lot of these have been covered in the DOH guidelines. So basically, some of the sort of nuances, the trial incentives and participant reimbursement. We've spent a lot of time working on that. Our previous reimbursements were hopelessly out of date. But with this new thing, we haven't just looked at the type principle, but we've gone one step further and said, if you are expected to do things at home, filling in these diaries, and I mean, we've had these, especially during COVID, all these vaccine trials. These poor patients have been filling in these diaries forever and ever and ever and never actually got, in those days, a cent for it, okay? And when we even inquired about it, we were just told by the sponsor that, well, it's part of the trial, okay? There's still focus on the whole dissemination of research results, and it does touch on vulnerability in a very broad spectrum of the word, and more of the thing. That is all it basically says about the managing vulnerability. It actually talks rather straight into the DOH guidelines, so you just have to go there, have a look what relates to it. I'm not going to worry about the different regulatory authorities. The other thing that SAGCP is very firm about is exactly what is actually GCP or acceptable GCP training in this country. And I know it's something we have been chatting a little bit about, is that during COVID, we let those first basic ones become online. And that there's very few that have gone back to being basic. So I think that will probably be addressed quite soon. And then we have our 3-year SAGCP follow-ups. Our ethics committees are slightly different, but once again, that's covered in our DOH guidelines. When it comes to investigators as well, we've sort of got a different nuance and way of actually doing a categorizing of investigators. We're bringing in the co-PI investigator when that person is needed, when we got to see that there is some type of oversight about that particular aspect of a particular study. We are also getting the person where every Tom, Dick and Harry wants to be a co-PI, even if they have no special sort of things other than just being two PI doctors, and we are actually dealing with it. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. The national PI is still a big thing, and as you all know, the national PI has to sign off. We're still seeing these ones that arrive at our desk, like 3 hours before they want a signature, and then they've got the audacity to only do that at 4:30 and 7:30. You're already in the morning. You're already getting reminders about where they come in. I think being a national PI these days is a lot more work than it was, because SAPRA comes down quite hard on us, ETC comes down quite hard on us if we haven't actually done due diligence and we get sent in one of these really bad submissions. There's not that many sort of things. The thing about IP goes very much hand in with our ICH GCP. Informed on consent is always going to be a big one, especially in a country like ours with all the vulnerability. And I think something that has, and I've already spoken a little bit about before, is actually this sort of electronic consent, which I think is we're going to start seeing more and more of it. It's taken off overseas. More and more sites are starting to use it. We briefly had a sort of like an intro to it during COVID, but it seems to have gone back to these papers, which you just have to start photocopying pages and pages, and yeah. Records and reports, we did go and change our guidelines to take archiving down to now at least 10 years after the termination of the research project, or at least 2 years after the formal discontinuation of the clinical development of IP. I don't think many studies are still actually audited or inspected that long afterwards. But I must say, I've just had another whole lot coming on my table that want them for 25 years, okay? Yeah, the progress reports are very frequent sort of things that have to be done every 6 months. We were doing them much more frequently during COVID, but it's sort of gone back to the 6 monthly reports to CTC. I think from the sponsor point of view, there's not really much we can really sort of say that hasn't been said in ICH GCP. But one of the big changes about ICH GCP, big thing to do with sorry, I'm having to flip through my slides and see which one I want to talk about. One of the big one is, well, actually always insurance. I think that's always been a big problem when they want to do a big oncology trial and they want to 1 million sort of indemnity, yeah. So we do look at those very firmly, but also the whole row with the CRO. And we're starting to see with a lot of the sponsors coming in, especially these overseas sponsors who don't really know much about South Africa, coming in and coming up with very dubious studies. It's unfortunate coming through CROs because those country vendors invariably don't have a sort of a base in the country, and it's something that we have to worry about because we have really seen some big problems. I'm not going to talk much about trial management and data handling. I think this waste thing is becoming huge these days with all the subcutaneous and IV IPs that are now being separated or tested. And we have had times where basically the drug has got no storage or disposal sort of plan in the actual protocol. And I still remember one site telling me that, well, they just go and take their old, put it in the public bin at their particular academic. I won't embarrass anyone here. But yeah, we are starting to look at things like that. And sorry, it's food, it's not in the right order. Yeah, we did also touch on about studying rationale and motivation and knowing that it's right for our population. And once again, we've been seeing really interesting stuff coming, and how they can motivate some of this, I really don't know. So unfortunately, a lot of it is in the complementary type of field where I think people are trying to do, I don't even know what they're doing, okay? But it does get quite interesting. I'm not going to go into the ethical aspects because, I mean, there we're not, yeah, I mean, we obviously like ethical studies, but we're looking more at the science and how they all work together. The thing I did just want to go through is that we ended our SAGCP 2021 with just a little thing that it's almost like a loophole between these are the things that ICH GCP doesn't cover. And it didn't say we covered it, it just made mention of it. So investigators can actually become aware, think about it. The whole thing of conflict of interest, okay? It can be very difficult. It can be so tiny that you don't know whether it's conflict of interest or not. And I'll just quickly go, we already touched on insurance, indemnification was a big thing. Post-trial access, something that's really going around now, and we're asking a lot of questions about that. We do have a policy about it. I think one we're doing is why we're not putting females on these clinical trials, and electronic signatures. And as we were saying, suddenly I realized we'd had a pandemic since, so we quickly added one conducting clinical trials during a pandemic. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. It's always difficult when we try and shorten things from 20 minutes into 10. So fantastic job you did with that. So colleagues, I'd like to then invite our next speaker, Dr. Fikile Muriel Mnisi. There we go. Dr. Mnisi has a PhD in bioethics and health law and a background in biotechnology, focusing on regenerative tissue engineering. She's worked both in the academic and the private sector. She's founded numerous companies. One company focuses on biotechnology policies, and another one is founded as a not-for-profit founded around stigmas related to mental illness. Her work is in a multi- and transdisciplinary environment and focuses on analyzing, creating, and implementing innovative solutions. Thank you very much, Dr. Mnisi, and over to you.
Thank you. I had to wear heels because I'm short, so you can see me. Thank you for that introduction. I'll talk about safeguarding Indigenous knowledge in research, which is something that I am also just trying to find more passion in. I never thought that I will be doing Indigenous knowledge in my life. For centuries, Indigenous knowledge around the world has developed their own knowledge system, and this is called Indigenous knowledge, and sometimes it is called traditional knowledge. This is a system that is developed through practices and experience, which is passed down from generation to generation, mainly in an oral form. And this knowledge is not merely a local knowledge system, but it's also situational knowledge that is community-based, which is based on generated over a period of time through the process of learning and sharing by a member of a particular community. It takes several generations, interactions to refine or improve this knowledge based on the expertise that are gained through an experience, and it is passed down from generation to generation. And this becomes an integral part of the cultural identity of that community, plays a very pivotal role for their livelihood in a vast majority of the people's development. The reason why I think we should take Indigenous very serious is because of our history in South Africa, but mainly in Africa, obviously, but also because UNESCO has made a general portrayal of why local and Indigenous knowledge be taken serious, in that understanding includes understanding skills and philosophies that are developed by these communities with a very long history of interaction with their natural surroundings. And Indigenous knowledge is very profound detailed and shared beliefs and rules with regards to the physical resources, their social norms, their health system, culture, livelihood, and the livelihood of the people who interact with this environment, both in rural and in urban setting. And I want us to take note of the urban setting because sometimes we tend to miss the urban setting when it comes to indigenous knowledge. And this indigenous knowledge, or the people, then use this knowledge to make decision-making in terms of how in the agricultural space or the management of their resources and other areas. The World Intellectual Property Organization has also described indigenous knowledge under 3 broader areas, and that includes traditional knowledge, or traditional cultural expression or expression of folklore, as well as genetic resources. Traditional knowledge includes technical know-how, the practices, skills, and innovations such as those related to biodiversity, agriculture, and health, whereas traditional cultural expression or expression of folklore includes cultural manifestations such as music, art, design, and performances, and the genetic resource, which includes genetic material of actual or potential value that is found in plant, animals, and microorganisms, also the people who are part of that community. And also that's very interesting with what people are saying here is that it includes microorganisms. I've never really thought of microorganism as forming part of indigenous knowledge or any of its information forming part of indigenous knowledge. So why should we take this very serious, or why is this so important? The United Nations has a declaration on the rights of indigenous people, and in Article 21, it stipulates that indigenous people have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression, as well as the manifestation of their science, technologies, and cultures, including human and genetic resources, seeds, medicine, knowledge of their property, of fauna and flora, oral traditions, literature, design, sports and traditional games, and visual and performing arts. They also have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their intellectual property over such cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural experience. In conjunction with indigenous people, the state shall take effective measures to recognize and protect the exercise of these rights. So therefore, it is important we as researchers or research institution safeguard indigenous knowledge. And South Africa is a country which has a variety or a diversity of indigenous knowledge, whether it's with its people or with its natural resources. Another reason why I think we should safeguard indigenous knowledge is obviously our history in South Africa. Due to apartheid, indigenous knowledge was undermined. And because it was undermined, indigenous knowledge was also misappropriated. And through this, we see that a lot of invention that was done, a lot of indigenous people were unable to receive any benefits from the knowledge that belongs to them. But also, we also see that history also shows that there has been a concept of social Taoism and eugenics, which is very entrenched in science research. It's one of the reasons why we need to be careful when we are dealing with indigenous knowledge in South Africa, because in South Africa, it can be very polarized as well. We need to create some signatures when it comes to research to safeguard indigenous knowledge. And I think what is important is to have researchers be trained in how to safeguard indigenous knowledge, but also for researchers who are living in urban areas and carry some of this knowledge to understand that this is not common knowledge and know how to use it and guide it in their own research. And secondly, I think that we should be able to implement or promote scientific and research integrity so that we can promote the values of honesty, fairness, and equity that comes with it. And also be inclusive in our research. And when I say inclusive, I don't mean that we need to include indigenous knowledge or the communities, because we are already trying to do that, but also to use the indigenous knowledge and their way of gathering information and applying that information in their own research, how they use that as part of our research methodology, and follow what India is currently doing as well in creating digital for researchers' purposes so that we can check things like plagiarism, to see if the knowledge that we have does not belong to a particular community. In conclusion, I would like to conclude with a essay, a quote from Cradle Munter, one of his book called Indaba, My Children, where he says, all your attempts at exterminating us failed. You tried to civilize us, which is only a euphemism for bending our thoughts, heritage, and individuality and adopting a watered-down replica of your own. Fed us on falsehood in place of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Next speaker is going to be Nathaniel Ramotaga. Nathaniel is a registered medical scientist at HPCSA and a natural scientist with SACNASP. He's also a coactive coach. He is currently working at Roche Pharmaceuticals as the clinical operations portfolio leader, and is also a member of IPASA, Clinical Trials Group, as well as SACRA and IODSA. He's published several articles in peer-reviewed journals. Nathaniel, thank you very much. Over to you.
Good morning, and thank you to the organizers. It's afternoon already. Yeah, it's afternoon already. Give me this opportunity to share the industry views in
to be like Mariah.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, in order for this opportunity to share the views of the industry. I work for Roche, and at the same time, SACRA, as has already been indicated, the views I would express are not necessarily of my employer, and maybe also to share that this presentation is a collaboration of a few industry colleagues. So I'm with Sorika here as a chairperson of SACRA. So if there's difficult questions, please direct them at Sorika. She will deal with them. Thank you. We try to look at the bigger picture in terms of the evolution of sharing of clinical research information, which forms the fundamental pillars of informed consent, especially in vulnerable population. Looking at the current state, the challenges, and the future. We try to map out all the sort of the evolution and the inception of either guidelines or laws within the global space, but also inserted our sort of the ability of South Africa to be agile in terms of following those developments. I think a speaker earlier in the morning indicated that we have never allowed ourselves to be left behind. And I think for South African research community, it's something that has to be continued. And at any given time, we play and punch at a higher level than we'll expect us to do. And looking at the clinicaltrials.gov, South African, we introduced the GCP guidelines in 2000. Fast forward, we brought the DOH Ethics and Health Research as a GCP, as Prof. Burgess already indicated. When the FDA came with an Amendment Act, the NHREC, that as it was named in the early days, transferred to the South African Clinical Trials Registry as part of the World Health Organization drive to have a registry for all members of the World Health Organization countries. The Declaration of Helsinki was revised, the EMA Policy 43, the EMA Act came through. Fast forward, the EU passed the EMA as a register, and this morning we listened to the POPIA Act in terms of its provisions. The EU city regulates in terms of FDA as well, the EMA Policy 0070. Fast forward, we revised our DOH ethics in 2015, the FDA's new guidance for effective sort of guidance for clinical trials, Gov approved, and then also GCP guidelines as revised, as Prof. Burgess has already indicated. Whilst we look at the regulations, the guidance by the global sort of regulators and organizations, forgetting that pharma industry as a whole has got many of their own supplementary policies that addresses participant-centric or patient-centric processes in terms of ensuring that the participants are protected at all times. And this sort of supplements all the sort of local guidance provided. As we are aware now, POPI Act is now effective from 2020. There are questions, more questions than answers, or raises things that I would like to raise on behalf of the collaborators that we need to think going forward. Earlier on this morning, some of the speakers raised the issue of capacity building. And unfortunately, sometimes we think capacity building is the duty of a researcher, is the duty of a sponsor, is the duty of data. It's the responsibility of everyone. And I think as an ethics committee, sometimes you're not only there to ensure that ethics is followed in the conduct of the trial, but at times there are times when you need to intervene as an enabler, challenge the inspectorate at SAPRA to say, how can the inspectorate become an enabler or a facilitator when they identify those areas where there need to be intervention in order to empower those previously sort of disadvantaged educators as well, so to capacitate the country. So the voice of the participants and consultants in terms of patient advocacy is critical, which forms, as part of the evolution, a critical element in terms of a pillar that enhances the informed consent. The safety reporting participant contribution, these days we sort of promote that, so that preferred, instead of preferred, the medical dictionary side of things in terms, nuances in language and dialect differences, ensure that we respect participants, but also overall being enabler of them being able to participate. I think Dr. Kwali indicated earlier, just because you have reassured the participant that research will be conducted in the correct ethical processes doesn't mean that it's guaranteed. The process in terms of transparency, how do we guard against it? I mean, there are so many instances where disease areas where there's no option for patients. And the only way they could get attention treated is through participating in clinical trials. Are we going to say that it's a true informed consent or even voluntary for that matter? The autonomy, the respect, the choice and appropriateness of language, e.g., do we make the correct interpreters available to enable the to be able to be comfortable? The issue of post-trial access was mentioned by Prof. Burgess in terms of the options of SAPRA as well. The challenge that I would like to sort of throw as a gauntlet to everyone and the stakeholders is that post-trial, are those patients being looked after in the similar sort of manner that they were looked after during the clinical trial situation? And I think it's something that ethically we need to also look at that, because then at the end of the day, it's post-trial access, they go back to being a sort of a normal patient. So how much of that oversight in terms of the ability to ensure that they continue to be seen properly, it's being enabled there. The home and mobile visits, we know through during COVID, a lot of developments came up with reduction of participant burden, layperson summaries, participant material, but also, above all, which I think having worked with Prof. Ames for many years, there's always a challenge of saying, how do we share the final results to the participants? Many a times the final report will go for a particular study or research will go to the investigators. But how much is that being transferred to patient as a part of the aggregate results, individualized sort of sharing of those results to the particular patients? Participant consideration during study visits, transport compensation. I know that through the NHREC and also through SAPRA, those elements were dealt with. How much can we still try and look at the elements that will enhance less to participants? accommodation for participants and caregiver, childcare consideration. In far removed communities, some communities for areas of oncology treatment, they travel 200 kilometers to go and get the proper access. And if they are participating in a trial, what options do they have to stay there overnight? How can you, within a week's visit, you're driving 200 kilometers just to between your two visits within 2 weeks or 3 weeks? And I'm sure, having the experience, some of the government in terms of public institutions, they've created an overnight accommodation for those patients within the normal routine processes. But in research situations, how much are we intervening to ensure that that comfort, less burden, it's there? The issue of vulnerability, pregnant women, high risk, progress on inclusivity. How are we doing making sure that all trials, our research is inclusive of even those participants that are sort of vulnerable in so many ways? Disabled participants, blind, the Braille translation available, the deaf, voice recorded materials, physical disability, increased burden and site visits, inclusivity and centricity as well needs to be looked at. Incapacitated participants, how are we holding that? Marginalized communities, other vulnerable participants, including prisoners and asylum seekers and undocumented immigrants. Does it represent an ethical practice not to include them? I know there's a challenge sometimes with, especially with the research in children, with almost like more than 2-3 million migrants, some documented and some not documented in this country. When you're doing a trial in periodic courts, the road to health in South Africa, it's considered as a legal document when you go into school, enroll a child at school, and kind of thing, but not in research. So how do we navigate that space in terms of ethics and also inclusivity? Because that's a real challenge, because we exclude them, they don't have a birth certificate. Normally, the population in this country, very few, maybe in areas, when a child is born, when they discharge at the hospital, they go home with a birth certificate. But it doesn't happen in the country. In sort of far rural areas, the birth certificate they will get maybe in 2 years' time or 3 years' time. So how do we navigate that space? Are we excluding those babies, or because they don't have the birth certificate? As researchers, as ethicists, as the regulator, how are we navigating space? The challenges: resources, diversity, accessibility, and issue of therapeutic misconception and clarification, language barriers, awareness, demystifying the issue of clinical trials. We look at the American legacy of Tuskegee syphilis studies, and also the apologies handed there for the Guatemalan community by Obama and by the previous president for the American survivors. Regulatory ethics landscape, location of researchers, participants, and institutions versus skill sets within the vicinity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Nathaniel. It's lovely to have our industry representation here, so thanks. Colleagues, our next speaker is going to be via a pre-recorded video. This is from Francis Kombi, who is the CEO of EthExpert, South Africa. Francis is a public health and community engagement practitioner and bioethicist, and has studied collectively over the years between UKZN and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He has published widely in the field of community engagement, frontline staff, research integrity, fair study benefits, and informed consent. And he is the co-founder and the interim committee member of the African Research Integrity Network, ARIN. So with that, can we please, if our tech team can just help us to get to our video content from Francis. Thank you very much.
Having me. My name is Francis Kombe. I'm here on behalf of the African Research Integrity Network, and I will be talking to you about the role of research integrity regarding research participants. So very briefly, I will talk to you about the African Research Integrity Network as an introduction, highlight a few relevant CIOMS guidelines, and bring that side by side to research integrity, and then conclude. Very briefly, the African Research Integrity Network is an informal network that brings together like-minded people with the aim of nurturing a culture of integrity in African researchers, institutions, and decision makers, guided by African perspectives, values, and inclusive thinking. We are guided by several values, all of which anchored towards promoting research integrity in Africa and for Africa. Our key objectives are to sustain dialogue, engagement, and networking among African role players and stakeholders of research integrity. We do this through creating awareness, sensitize people about conditions for research integrity in African scholars, share relevant information and resources on research integrity with the aim of building and nurturing capacity and leadership in research integrity for Africa. We also contribute to the development of research integrity policies and guidelines for Africa. Away from the African Research Integrity Network, the CIOMS guidelines, if you like, are one of the fundamental documents ever to be produced related to the applications of the universal ethical principles. It is a guideline that provides the international ethical guidelines for medical research for human subjects. Also, it is one of the key documents within the context of Africa by virtue of the enhancements that have been conducted on the application of the principles in research in low and in low resource settings. And as such, I would say it's one of the most dynamic, inclusive, and responsive document within the context of ethics, health research ethics. Now, the fundamentals around the CIOMS guidelines are basically around promoting the application of universal principles, especially towards protecting the welfare and the safety of research participants. It has several obligations related to research ethics committees, researchers, research institutions, journals, funders, and sponsors, and cover different contexts and populations. On the other hand, when you look at research integrity focuses a lot on the conduct of individual researchers and takes into us the principles that guide responsible conduct of research and what could happen when researchers do not adhere to those principles. So issues related to questionable research practices, research misconduct are all related to research integrity. They need to promote responsible conduct of research. If you look at these two perspectives side by side, you quickly realize that there's a lot of similarity, especially when the CIOMS guidelines, the last guidelines related to public accountability. You actually will realize there's a lot of focus related to integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and accountability. All of these are principles of research integrity. In the guidelines, they are discussed in the context of promoting the integrity of the research enterprise. Therefore, these two perspectives are basically two sides of the same coin. Although when you read the guidelines, this is not very clear. Now, several or a few guidelines provide, I think, an opportunity to also talk about issues related to research integrity. For example, when you look at the very first guide, this is a guide related to scientific and social value and respect for rights. it does put a lot of emphasis on the quality of information to be produced, relevance of this information, and the contribution of this towards policy. And the emphasis is the scientific value of this information and the social value of this information. Now, when you look at this particular guideline with respect to research integrity, you actually realize that there are certain important gaps. So, for example, the issue related to researchers' professional conduct. We know that researchers' professional conduct has implication for the quality of information that gets produced, the integrity of research, and the reproducibility of research findings. However, the focus in the guidelines is more to do with social value related to research participants, the community that are involved in the research, scientific value in relation to how the data can be used to respond to the public health issue. Issues related to the professional conduct of researchers are missing. In addition, when it comes to the research personnel qualification and capacity, you notice an important gap. In Africa, those who are involved in the day-to-day collection of data are not always necessarily the researchers. In many settings, field workers are usually employed to collect the data, and they determine the everyday ethics of the research. But these are missing in the guidelines. Their welfare, their safety, and their risks, or the risk implication of what they do, is not well addressed. There are also issues related to new technologies now, issues about AI, issues about GPT charts. All those are emerging issues that are currently missing when you read the guideline related to scientific and social value and respect for rights. Now, guideline number 2 talks to the issue related to research conducted in low resource settings. It does fairly describe issues related to fairness to study participants and communities in which the research is conducted. What is missing, though, is fairness between researchers. We know that fairness, between researchers has implication in the conduct of research. Issues related to power imbalances, power influence, fairness, diversity, and inclusivity, especially when it comes to collaborative research, are gradually very, very critical. But these are not well articulated in the guidelines. If you read the Cape Town Statement of Research Integrity, you will see these issues have been adequately addressed, especially the role of research institutions and the role of funders in addressing some of the barriers that can promote fairness, diversity, and inclusivity, especially in collaborative research. Finally, the 23rd guideline related to the requirement of establishing research ethics committees and for their review of protocols. It talks about issues related to protocol amendments, deviations, violation, and sanctions. Importantly, it acknowledges the fact that research ethics committees lack the authority to sanction researchers if they were involved in serious deviations. But it falls short of providing guidance on what ought to be done were researchers to be involved in serious deviations. And we know that serious deviations happen a lot. And I think this is the nexus between the guidelines and research integrity, because the option towards enabling researchers who are found to have engaged in serious deviations is the establishment of the Office of Research Integrity, which can take up the responsibilities of investigating, coordinating, and managing, issues around research transgressions and issues related to research misconduct or serious deviations. Therefore, the guidelines does have an opportunity, or the guidelines do have an opportunity to ensure these issues are well addressed. And in conclusion, therefore, I want to say research ethics and research integrity are integral to health research. Therefore, the guidelines should highlight the importance and value of research integrity in promoting research participant safety, welfare, and protection. When it comes to the scope of the guidelines, I think there's a need for the scope to be extended to cover issues related to individual research conduct and the implication of these towards research or scientific integrity. And finally, that scope should also address issues, or should also be extended to issues related to power influence or power imbalances, and especially emphasize the need for funders and research institutions to create a conducive environment that promotes issues related to fairness, diversity, and inclusivity in order to promote research integrity of the research enterprise as a whole. Thank you very much for having me.
So our next speaker, second last before our panel discussion, is Professor Kevin Behrens from the University of the Witwatersrand. He's the director of the Steve Biko Center for Bioethics, and his interests lie in applied ethics, particularly around bioethics and environmental ethics. He has an NRF B2 rating. He's published widely in the space, and he has previously served on research ethics committees for the CSIR and the Clinical Ethics Committee member at Donald Gordon Medical Center, and a member of the Board of International Association of Bioethics. Prof. Behrens, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. It's unusual to share a podium with two of one's own graduates, a master's and a PhD. Good to see that they were paying attention. Recent news about decades of humiliation and abuse of students at Wilgenhof men's residence at Stellenbosch University in the name of initiation has reignited in me memories of being subjected to ontgroening, the Afrikaans word for initiation, at a dual medium Afrikaans and English all-white high school in the dying decades of apartheid. What I experienced in my first weeks of high school, and far more intensely and cruelly when I was appointed a prefect 4 years later, was only marginally less sadistic, humiliating, and abusive than what we have heard about happening at Wilgenhof. I do not allude to Wilgenhof to cast aspersions on any other university. I suspect that there are Wilgenhofs at many other campuses in this country, even my own. And we know that similar practices continue to plague the USA's sorority and fraternity systems, Belgian universities, some of the most prestigious schools in the British Isles, and many others. What I find fascinating is how it is that these clearly unethical practices continue even in the 21st century, despite the fact that almost everywhere I am aware of, they have been proscribed by rules, laws, standing orders, and other regulatory requirements. How is it that after decades of official prohibition, we still fail to present such unethical behavior? Now, I'm quite sure the answer to this question is very complex, but one lesson I'm certain we can learn from this reality is that devising more and more rules, regulations, laws, and guidelines is just not enough to change behavior. One of the questions that has most exercised my mind since joining the Steve Biko Center for Bioethics 12 years ago is how do we teach bioethics in such a way to actually change the behavior of at least a good number of the students and future health professionals and scientists we teach? More than a decade in, I'm sorry to say that I haven't still found much in the literature that answers that question very satisfactorily. But there are some insights that I've learned that I might share with you today. Insight 1. Research shows that those who obey the law do so not out of fear of punishment, but they do so when they believe it is legitimate. This is according to Tom Tyler's book, Why Do People Obey the Law? First published in 1990 and revised in 2006. Tyler's research indicates that most Americans mainly obey the law because they actually do believe in respecting authority that is legitimate. The challenge lies in making laws that are worthy of respect, convincing people that that is the case. And this requires two things. Firstly, making appropriate laws that make sense in the first place, and secondly, translational work that helps people understand the underlying normative reasons for the rules. Regarding making rules that make sense, the same school that I went to enforced a multitude of stupid, unnecessary rules. Rules about the length of boys' hair, regulatory underwear for girls, the requirement to walk single file and in silence from classroom to classroom, for students to wear blazer throughout the winter term in temperatures high in the 20s, and many others. Of course, those stupid petty rules are a mechanism for total control over the student body. And since corporal punishment was still lawful at the time, most boys were subjected to lashes called cuts with a cane frequently. Why? Because the boys had no respect for the petty rules and tried to avoid them whenever they could. And when they couldn't get away with it, the punishment, however painful, was borne with pride. We used to draw lines on the yellow stripes on our ties, at the back of our ties, for every stroke of the cane we received. And the more lines you accumulated, the braver you were, and the more you had rebelled against the systems of rules that made no sense. So it's important that we do not fall into the trap of just making more and more rules and regulations and guidelines to micromanage the processes of ensuring ethical research. There are already plenty of oughts, of shoulds and musts in the CIOMS guidelines. The rules that we need to make sense and need to serve a legitimate purpose so that they are worthy of respect. I turn now to the second requirement of ensuring respect for the rules, and namely the need for translational work that helps people understand the underlying normative reasons for the rules. Now, the CIOM guidelines are uniquely quite good in this regard, in terms of spelling out what underlies the thinking behind the rules in the first place. But I suspect that the research ethics community is often falling short. The reason the Wilgenhof saga occurred was not because there weren't rules in place. Most of the ethical behaviors were clearly prohibited. It was because the students didn't respect the rules. They had not been convinced that the purported benefits of the initiation practices are outweighed by the harm done or the potential for things to go really, really badly. They continue to think that it's all just fun, that builds community, resilience, but they're badly wrong. I suspect that one of the reasons there's so much pushback against research ethics committees often, and that there are still so many who try to bend or to bypass the rules whenever they can, is because we simply don't do enough to explain why the rules make sense and what their purpose is. We think we can make rules and just expect compliance, but that's not true. We also need to do the work to ensure that people understand why the rules are there. In 2, moral character, virtue, and the right motivation matter. Turns out the authors of the latest CIOM guidelines agree with me on this, as do many speakers who have spoken before me today. In the preamble, they write, although the guidelines focus primarily on rules and principles to protect humans in research, both virtues and protections are essential to reliably safeguard the rights and welfare of humans. Compliance with rules is not enough, and more work needs to be done by research ethics communities to develop the moral character of researchers. We want them to comply even when they could get away with not doing so. Far more ethics teaching should be focused on teaching for virtue, character, and moral development. We should be working on moral motivation as much as we are working on compliance. to Wilgenhof. Another factor at play in this case is the mixed messages students receive. When employees who are retired constitutional court judges, dissident anti-apartheid Afrikaans theologians, famous rugby administrators, and CEOs and prominent academics in the institution carelessly speak fondly of their memories of the Wilgenhof practices and downplay the harms that they cause, the current generation of students is hearing that the rules don't really have to be taken seriously. The moral crisis in this country, and indeed globally, is partially fed by leaders that lack integrity, who are not consistent in their moral judgments. We need to be far more intensely focused on virtue, character, and moral motivation, and not just in the field of ethics, but broadly in our society. And finally, insight 3. The rules we don't make matter as much as the ones that we do. So I end with a brief challenge to CIOMS and all other bodies involved in ethics rules and guidelines in research. The World Health Organization is increasingly emphasizing that we can't ignore climate change and environmental sustainability in health policy. To this end, I'm part of the group planning this year's Global Forum on Bioethics in Research on the theme Ethical Issues Arising in Research into Health and Climate Change. It is almost certainly true that the single greatest threat to human health is climate change. So I ask you to consider the implications of this and to ponder on the words of African philosopher Felix Morove, who writes, "Human well-being is indispensable from our dependence and interdependence with all that exists, and particularly with the immediate environment on which all humanity depends. Human health depends on the health of the earth. It might just be that we are failing to protect humans by not making rules to protect the earth. After all, the rules we don't make matter as much as the ones that we do." Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Our last speaker before our roundtable panel discussion is Dr. Diana D'Souza. She's an esteemed educational and research psychologist and serves as a lecturer and research supervisor at SACAP, the South African College of Applied Psychology. She has a PhD in psychology, specializing in developmental cognitive psychology, and has a notable publication record. She has held leadership roles in various professional organizations, advocating for mental health awareness and ethical practice within psychology. Thanks very much, Dr. D'Souza. Over to you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. So the topic of my presentation is a little bit of a shift. It focuses on navigating the technological frontier. So a little bit of focus around AI and also the advocating for particular ethical frameworks or guidelines, given that it's very much still a very recent and relevant topic. Okay, sorry, it's not moving. Sorry, I just need to move it to the next slide. Yes, please. Okay, so my first question is to get you thinking about, imagine if AI would analyze every social interaction or every conversation you've had. What do you think it would tell us about humanity or human behavior generally? Something just to think about what the repercussions or implications of what AI can be. The next slide, please. So this slide summarizes just the 4 particular areas that the talk is focused on. The first is transformation across industries. So AI has definitely revolutionized different industries, improving processes, enabling personalized services, and fostering innovation in the healthcare industry. The second topic relates to, okay, so moving, okay. Okay, so I'm leave there. All right, okay, thanks. So the first part was around transformation across industries. The second aspect is around the ethical challenges that AI brings and the importance of having a balanced approach in integrating technological solutions, as well as how we apply that to, from a balanced point of view, and ensure that human researcher also is part of the synergetic movement. The concerns, so at a very high level, we have around bias in data and algorithms, transparency in decision-making for ensuring fairness. And the last aspect the talk will touch on is advocating for ethical frameworks and guidelines for AI deployment as a moral imperative to ensure alignment with societal values and contribute to the betterment of society. So as the speaker has already mentioned this morning, the concept of the paradigm shift. So AI has brought with it this paradigm shift of this focus from moving from algorithms to optimizing data quality and recognizing that the robust and ethical source data significantly enhances AI effectiveness and fairness across applications. So there is some existing studies within AI that highlights this interplay between technological advancement and ethical responsibility. So underscore the importance of balancing this technological advancement with ethical responsibility to ensure that there's alignment with societal values and the promotion of beneficial outcomes for all stakeholders involved. So my next slide is taken from a very recent research paper and really ties and highlights the benefits of data-centric AI. So here we have various examples from the health industry around diagnoses of patients, improving costs. There's even examples within the marketing or advertising around increased customer services, and even the automobile industry, from traffic control to even self-driving cars. Of course, with all the benefits, we also need to consider the key ethical challenges that AI brings with it. So most notably, data privacy and the need for robust data protection policies, prevent misuse of personal data. There's also challenges around consent. Latest research around highlights contextual integrity and the importance of ongoing consent and transparency in AI applications. Last high-level ethical concern is that of bias mitigation in AI systems. So the importance of exploring how bias in the data may lead to discriminatory outcomes and perpetuating social inequalities. Rigorous testing and auditing of AI systems is absolutely critical to identify and mitigate biases for ensuring fairness and equitable outcomes. So a real-world example is illustrated on this particular slide. If we are to consider personal devices or systems, so many of us might be familiar with Siri or Alexa, and how personal information is collected, and in some instances, without the necessary consent processes. We also have examples of ensuring aspects around accountability and self-driving cars. So if there's accidents, who's accountable for this error? Definitely some important implications in considering the importance of ethical challenges that AI can bring with it. Of course, we have to balance risk and benefits. And balancing this is critical because by weighing benefits to enhance the decision-making, we are able to mitigate against some of the ethical challenges. Strategies of that being a robust ethical framework, effective regulations around AI use in terms of applications, or in how researchers will use it from analyzing the data, writing up their research are important to consider, because ultimately we need to ensure that the AI advancements are aligned with ethical norms and societal values to ensure that technology and humanity mutually benefit. My next slide touches on the use of GPT or generative AI applications, one of those being ChatGPT, and the latest research that is in social science and which can fall under the realm of health research. And from the research, I've distilled that it has been quite successfully used, so ChatGPT or generative AI, around social influence, group decision-making, and adherence to norms, so very much social psychology processes and concepts. It's also been used quite successfully to understand phenomena such as conformity and persuasion. The other advantages that your generative AI brings within a human and or health research context is its ability to analyze extensive textual data and to create high dimensional analyses. So its ability to draw and pull on different data points that will definitely create a much more nuanced interpretation than if the researcher alone was left with having to consolidate all that data. And of course, the automatic coding, categorization that AI is able to provide can, in some instances, increase reliability of the research results. It can strengthen research outcomes. And of course, it can bring in innovation in research methods and new areas to explore. So the next slide is about navigating ethical issues. So navigating this ethical terrain that AI brings with it. And part of this navigating this ethical terrain is considering all of these particular moments and aspects that the slide has highlighted in terms of different aspects, from looking at how do we mitigate bias that the AI applications bring, how do we also highlight aspects around fact-checking the information that AI provides, because it has been known to hallucinate information. So it's important that we always fact-check. That's remained quite critical. Of course, we've got to be transparent in the process, so in how we are using the AI. And that leads me to my last or second last slide, is around guidelines and key areas around ethical considerations or constraints that are for health researchers to engage with. So the first is mitigating bias in training data. So researchers must actively manage bias in chatbot training by selecting inclusive, representative, and non-discriminatory data sets. Continue monitoring bias, and rectification during chatbot operation is also critical. Augmenting the chatbot's comprehension of social context. So methods should be explored in how to teach the chatbot about sarcasm, irony, cultural norms, because that has been one area that the chatbot is still very much in learning to understand social context. Ensuring algorithm transparency and interpretability. So it's important that researchers provide transparency in how an AI system operates, reaches its predictions, offering explanation of functionality, limitations, and potential biases. So within the social sciences, particularly within psychology, you have the American Psychological Association. So they have highlighted particular guidelines for researchers in how to cite generative AI. And that's an important aspect because it acknowledges the AI tool that has been used and for what purpose, the particular prompts that were used to generate, and also the researcher's reflection on how they used that prompt. How did they modify it? And that's an important aspect within in-text and reference citation. Handling sensitive topics. So this also remains an important area for health researchers to bear in mind, that the chat box that are used need to ensure that participants, particularly with sensitive topics, are respected and minimize harm or any potential distress. It's also important to prioritize informed consent and privacy. So participants or potential research participants, if it's at a research proposal stage, must be fully informed of the chat box actions, data collection, storage, and analysis procedure. Because participant needs to always be able to have the freedom to withdraw from the study. So if participant finds out that the researcher wants to analyze their interview transcript and it's going to be done via ChatGPT, the participant needs to know that. Okay, so, and just to last aspect, and then I'll do my last slide, it's important that we also, as within the health research community, that we foster transparency around how we use AI and keep in terms of abreast of different guidelines that then subsequently are released and made available. So my last slide, my concluding thought, is it's very important that we continue to look critically at AI, how we use it in health research to ensure that we uphold ethical considerations responsibly and ethically. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to now hand over to the two chairs for the panel session. Professor Ames Dye was already introduced this morning, so I'm not going to introduce her again, but I will introduce to you Professor Paul Ruff from Wits. He's an emeritus professor in the School of Clinical Medicine and was head of the Division of Medical Oncology at its Faculty of Health Sciences Joburg Academic Hospital from 2002 to 2021. He's now the chair of the Wits HREC Medical since August 2023 last year, and is the PI of the SAMRC Wits Common Epithelial Cancer Research Center and co-PI of an NIH grant with Columbia University. Professor Ruff was a B-rated scientist by the NRF Africa and has an H-index of 41, and he's the chair of the Clinical Trials Committee since 2015 and has also been appointed by the ASCO to various committees over the last couple of years. So thank you, and over to the two of you for the session, and I'll give you a roving phone as well.
Let's gentlemen first.
Thank you, Ames. Hey, that's a bit much after such a diverse and very illuminating series of presentations. I think the most important thing to remember for anyone doing research, that the most important person or participant in the research is the patient or the participant. But there are many other bodies involved in the research, being the researcher, the sponsor or the applicant, the ethics committee, and also the regulator, such as SAPRA or the university. And one of the most important things is that there are a lot of transparency and interaction between these various groups. I think one of the problems, and people don't always behave when they do research. And I think a lot of the reasons why is that they often don't know what's going on. And I think it's really important that there's a lot more cooperation and transparency between the sponsors and the various regulators, and that committees such as ethics committees talk to people so that they know about what ethics is all about. They interact with the regulators such as SAPRA. The SAPRA regulator interacts with researchers. If people know the importance of it and they understand it, it'll go a long way to promoting more ethical and better research. So we've come a long way, but we have a long way to go. And so, just with that little comment, maybe we can ask a couple of the members of the panel to make quick comments about the session and anything else they want to make. So let's start with Leslie at the end there, and let's take it from there.
Yeah, I don't think I've got anything much to add. I think it's been interesting seeing all the other different sort of organizations and institutions and that sort of melding together. But in the end, as you said, we are all working towards the benefit and the patient up front.
I think that's been a problem in the past where there hasn't been communication, where ethics committees and other regulatory bodies have been mythical institutions that nobody really understood. And I think we've come a long way since then. And I think the more people work together, the better.
I think I would agree with what the speakers have already highlighted. I think it's definitely been different topics around research ethics with so quite a broad spectrum. And from my experience, the innovation that I suppose this particular community could create, the different minds and information that's been shared today is what sits with me. Thank you.
Thanks. Kevin, you spoke about how people don't behave well. I think we're in a world where bad behavior is getting worse. And I think, this emphasis on sort of macho behavior, especially from many politicians around the world, and people don't trust anything anymore. There's such, antagonism. I think things have got worse, not better, in the last few years in the world because of various things. I think all started probably with Donald Trump and has got worse ever since.
Thanks. Yeah, let's not get too depressed. I think one of the things that's interested me just recently is that there's actually quite a lot of pushback from people who are pressing for more use of AI. And a lot of the people I'm hearing are saying, please keep the regulators away from us. And I think that's completely the wrong thing to do. We should be thinking about the ethics at the same time as the science is developing. And one place in which that happened really incredibly well was with people who came up with the development. And at the scientists themselves were saying it's time for us to bring the ethicists in. And I think very often we don't recognize just how advanced health research is in that regard, and how people in this room are here precisely because they care that ethics as part of the science. So I think we should also be happy at how far we've come along, but there's a lot.
Thanks. I actually agree. I think sometimes look back at what people did in research back in the 60s. I've said some of our prominent teachers would be in jail for things that they did back in the 1960s in their clinical research. So we have come a long way, but I think things have gone a bit off track in the last few years. COVID didn't help, but I think we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. Dr. Mnisi, you spoke about traditional medicine and values, which is an extremely important area, but it's a tricky one. And I think, one thing we need to understand that the only country that has this, we have in India, you have traditional ideas. China, Central Europe, there's a lot of this, especially with use of traditional medicines. North America, so we're not unique. And I think everybody believes in their own systems, but I think we have to have the right balance between good science and understanding people's needs.
No, yes, I do agree with you. And I also, in a way, find traditional knowledge to be
more diverse, and because of its diversity, it can get a bit more complicated. But underneath, I mean, like with global ethics, I think there are things that you can find that are still common when it comes to traditional knowledge. And I think those are the things that we need to start looking at first before we can, move to the more different parts of traditional knowledge.
Thanks. Ames, do you want to?
Okay, thanks, Paul. It's been actually quite informative, this session, and there's like information overload and denseness of information as well. And it's really, really difficult to sort of condense everything in terms of interacting on this panel discussion. But I was very pleasantly surprised at the industry presentation, because the usual stereotyping that goes with industry, I see they're asking, is this an industry presentation or a research ethics presentation? So I need to ask you, Nat, how did this evolution in thought process happen to bring you to this stage?
Thank you, Prof. Ames. I think you taught me well, so let me put it that way. So I think the most important thing that I would like to comment is that we failed to realize that deep down, I don't think anybody, even they are running research for business purpose, whatever, you are as good as the game. If you're going to explore the population, you can as well close your business. So over the years, I've partnered in the industry for more than 27 years. I've partnered with the research ethics. I've partnered with the key people like Prof. Raf and also Prof. Ames. We went over even to the continent to teach both GCP and ethics. And also within our own industry perspective, we have always understood that the patient or the participant is the foremost important person. Maybe I should lace this with my personal touch. I'm very passionate about capacity building, but also, the same token, I would like to say, nobody remember what car we drove or what house we lived in 50 years' time. But if we make a difference in people's lives, that will be across the board. But at the same time, I spoke about the issue of the regulator, the sponsor, the ethics committee, whoever pays your salary, you have to be at least more patriotic in terms of the building, because at the end, it's a benefit, penultimate the participant, but also to change that ecosystem long term. And thank you, Prof.
Thank you. And as you said, health ecosystem, I was thinking of the research ethics ecosystem. And what came out so clearly at the last 2 days of deliberations at the Helsinki Declaration revisions was there was so much focus on informed consent. Informed consent was only one component of the research ethics ecosystem. And when you're actually doing your reviews as members of the Research Ethics Committee, I wonder how much time is actually spent on issues like post-trial access, the standard of care in placebo-controlled trials. What exactly do we mean what exactly do researchers mean when they state that there has been adequate and meaningful communication? But I do know that we spend a lot of time on informed consent. So I think this is something that we need to rethink as well as Research Ethics Committee members. But coming to CISO, I learned from you that trust is earned and it's relational, and 4 components for anyone to be trustworthy. and that's integrity, honesty, transparency, accountability. You heading the Research Integrity Office at MRC. What are your experience, very briefly, what are your experiences in terms of reports coming to you? Are they few and far between, or are they many?
Thank you so much, Prof. Day, and I hope I won't be misquoted, but I'll say good things. I want to be accurate. I have noticed that at the beginning, when we offered research ethics training, the statement or the so saying research integrity was considered as a rhetoric statement, as research integrity. It's as if it's a code or a principle that one ought to follow, up until we unpacked that particular phrase to say, actually, research integrity means your integrity when conducting research. So it's not a rhetoric principle that we have to follow, but you ought to reveal or to show or reflect your integrity when you conduct research, in terms of being honest, in terms of being trustworthy, in terms of being loyal, in terms of respecting the dignity of the research participants, as well as the so-called collegiality. So I have noticed that at MRC, we are now at the good point of distinguishing between research ethics and research integrity. So whenever we offer research ethics training, we can make some highlights on research ethics guidelines. And then now we have a session that can put more emphasis on individuals' integrity when they conduct research, in order to foster research integrity within the organization as well as within the community that we serve. Thank you.
Thanks. And you're finding that the complaints are coming in less and less? Yes. Okay, he says yes. I'm just trying to understand the impact of the training. And moving on to Rita, you know, you brought out so nicely that when it comes to safeguards, it's a collective effort. And I think that's so important, because we hear over and over again, it's the Research Ethics Committee that must ensure that participants are protected in research. But it is a collective effort that must be a shared responsibility with everyone in that research team, and the research team will include the regulators and the ethics committee's members as well. And what came out so nicely in your talk as well, that when you put in this collective effort, you go a long way in ensuring respect for your participants, respect inter alia in terms of human dignity, respecting all their rights, and most importantly, their human dignity. You've stated that research managers are in an ideal position to initiate or sort of mitigate against risks, etc. And I'm sure Hans did tell us this morning that there is a CIOMS guidelines that's specific for institutional heads, research managers, etc., in terms of taking the protections and governance forward. And in your experience, you've made a statement that research managers are in this ideal position. In your experience, do you actually see this unfolding, and the managers actually really putting in the checks and balances to mitigate against risks?
What a lovely question that I am getting. I am honestly seeing that. I think one way that it is evident is in the establishment of communities of practices. The communities of practices allow us actually to be in a position where we can learn from other institutions. I think it is so critical because we are often very isolated, and if we form these communities of practices, like we have formed under the auspices of Sarima and the DSI, you have actually an opportunity to phone a friend. When you have a crisis, you phone a friend. And Lenny and myself often talk to each other. We reach out to all the other colleagues. And I think one thing that is also very clear is that we can actually play a bigger role in advocating for change. Because when we deal, for instance, with guidelines, when we developed the SADA guidelines, we harmonized with CIOMS, we harmonized with the Declaration of Helsinki, we harmonized with all these various codes. But another thing, and that's my concluding statement, we need to make sure that we are strategically positioned in our universities. We need to influence council. That is actually our job, because what we need to do is we need to make sure that there is very clear and good policies to protect our participants. And for that, we need council to buy in. So research managers must become part of council committees to actually influence council. Thank you. And please invite research managers to be part of working groups, because we can make a difference.
I'm not too sure if Francis is online. No, he isn't. So, you know, I'm looking at the time. Oh, Francis, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, some parting reflections from you. You did state that the CIOMS is the most dynamic, inclusive, and responsive document for health research ethics. How do you view the CIOMS as compared to the Declaration of Helsinki? Over to you, Francis.
Thank you, Prof. I think that's a very nice question. I wouldn't really be able to give a quantified answer as to, in terms of really comparing which document is perhaps, more important than the other. But I think they play very different roles, but complementary roles. The reason I think the CIOMS guidelines are the most dynamic is the fact that I think if you compare the number of revisions that have been done on the document, I think it's one of the documents that keeps on reflecting on what are the changes that are happening within the context of health research ethics and what could be done. And the team has really been very proactive in ensuring that I was actually looking at the history of how it has been amended, and it's like every 5 years or so, I think on average of 7 years, a new revision has been, has come out, and those revisions have been very specific on addressing new emerging areas within, the context of, health research. And I think for me, that's really important because the field itself is very, very dynamic. So I always talk to people especially when I'm doing, training on standard operating procedures, that if you have SOPs that have not been reviewed for over 3 years, then something could probably be amiss, because we are working in a very, very dynamic, field. I couldn't say the same, even though the Helsinki, declaration has been reviewed. I don't think it has gone through the same rigor and the same, level of revisions as the CIOMS guidelines. So I still, submit that, the CIOMS guidelines are still the very, the most dynamic, and very responsive in terms of, reflecting on what is happening, what is new, and, really working through very, structurally in, addressing some of the emerging issues that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. And I'll hand back to our chair for the session.
Thank you. Great session from everybody.
Thank you very much. I'd like to beg everyone's indulgence for 10 more minutes before we break for lunch. We are just going to have a slight change to the program. We're going to move the official welcome forward to before lunch rather than after lunch. And that's just to accommodate Professor Lynn Morris's schedule. Because we are running a bit of time, there would potentially be a bit of scheduling conflict if she needed to start a bit later. So we're going to move the welcome, even though we are halfway through our program for the day, to now. So I'm going to take off my Sarima hat and I'm going to put on my Wits University hat to then welcome our DVC to do the formal welcome. So Professor Lynn Morris is the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Research and Innovation at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. She has a PhD from the University of Oxford and is Research Professor and Founding Director of the Antibody Immunity Research Unit based at the National Institute of Communicable Diseases. Over the last 30 years, she has been involved in HIV vaccine research, making significant contributions to understanding the antibody response to HIV. Lynn is an A-rated scientist and has published over 270 papers holding an H-index of 64 and has featured in the Web of Science list of the world's most highly cited researchers. She is a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa and a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences, the Royal Society of South Africa, and the World Academy of Sciences. Lynn has supervised over 50 postgraduate students and postdoctoral fellows, many who have gone on to develop their own successful scientific careers. So I'd like you to join me in welcoming Professor Lynn Morris to give the formal welcoming address. Thank you, Prof. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Kaz. And I'm not going to take 10 minutes. I'll be 5 minutes because I realize you are running late and lunch is next. But really just welcome to all of you. It's lovely to see familiar faces in the room. Paul, Ames, Himmler, lovely to see you all there. This is really an exciting event and I'm so impressed by just how many people are online, and I know that the room is also packed. So wonderful that there's so much, interest, enthusiasm, and energy in discussing these very, very important matters. And as you heard from Kaz, I'm a medical researcher myself, so I recognize the importance of these, of these things. And this is really quite a unique meeting, that it's bringing together statutory bodies, academia, and industry to really discuss this comprehensive framework that we need to safeguard research participants and, of course, uphold ethical principles in research. And we're very privileged to have Professor Hans van Delden from CIOMS and the University Medical Center of Utrecht in the Netherlands, who was a contributor to these guidelines. And, of course, hearing from the horse's mouth is really very special. But we all know, a vital aspect of ethical research is the protection of personal information. And obviously in an era where data is increasingly used in medical advancements, it's imperative that we hold the highest standards in safeguarding the privacy and confidentiality of individuals. And of course, we're in the era of AI, of data-driven research and the increasing use of technologies, AI and machine learning. We really do need to protect participant privacy and data security even more so. And so, of course, these latest CIOMS guidelines provide this updated recommendations on how we can do that, data anonymization, encryption, and storage practices so that we really minimize the risk of data breaches and unauthorized access. But of course, we also know there's increased digitization of research processes themselves, including online surveys, virtual trials, data collection through wearable devices. And so we really do need to ensure that informed consent is truly informed. And so researchers need to adapt their consent processes to ensure participants understand the implications of sharing data electronically, including issues related to privacy, data security, and potential risks. And again, the guidelines emphasize the importance of transparency and accessible information, as well as the ongoing reassessment of consent through the research process. This is not a static process, it is an ongoing process. But also I want to highlight the important role of institutions in fostering ethical research practices, promoting collaboration and providing guidance through this process. And the synergy that we see between organizations is integral to creating an ethical and supportive environment for our research endeavors. As this strengthens our ethical framework, ensuring that the pursuit of knowledge is conducted responsibly and with due consideration for all stakeholders. And also our commitment to ethical research should extend beyond national borders. We need to seek continental buy-in, and international recognition reinforces the importance of a unified approach to ethical standards. Research ethics must consider the unique cultural, social, and economic context in which studies are conducted, particularly in global health research. And the CIOMS guidelines emphasize the importance of equitable access to research benefits and the need to mitigate potential exploitation of vulnerable populations. And researchers must engage with local communities, respect cultural norms, and prioritize the welfare of participants, and especially in settings with limited resources and infrastructure. And so upholding research integrity and transparency is essential for maintaining public trust and ensuring the credibility of our research findings. The guidelines underscore the importance of research transparency, including pre-registration of study protocols, sharing of data and materials, and adherence to best practices in reporting research results. And researchers should embrace open science principles, foster collaboration and data sharing, and adhere to ethical standards throughout the research life cycle. So I do want to take the opportunity to thank all the institutions that have been part of this event, namely CIOMS, WITS, ASAF, NHREC, UNISA, SARIMA, the WITS Steve Biko Center for Bioethics, the SAMRC, RN, University of Johannesburg, SACRA, Roche, RIESA, and SACAP. And this event could not have happened without the collaboration of WITS and ASAF. So a big thanks to Prof. Ames Dye and Eleni Flack-Davison from WITS, and Prof. Himna Suyal, Susan Feldman, and the team from ASAF. And a huge thanks to ASAF for their generous sponsorship of this event. So in conclusion, let's embark on this journey of shared knowledge, collaboration, and ethical inquiry with a commitment to the principles outlined by CIOMS. By applying these principles, researchers will be able to navigate the complex ethical landscape of research, safeguard the rights and welfare of participants, and contribute to the advancement of knowledge in a responsible and ethical manner. So thank you very much. I wish you a very engaging and enlightening conference and a delicious lunch. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to hearing the report back from the meeting. Thanks, Kaz.
Thanks very much, everyone. So now we are on to lunch. We will reconvene back in this venue at 2:30, so a little bit later than expected, so that we can have something to eat, network, meet some new colleagues, and collaborate a little bit over the break. If you head out the door and you turn right, you go down the stairs, and the restaurant will be on your left-hand side. Thank you. We'll see you at 2:30.
Welcome back on stage, Professor van Delden, for the public lecture, Research Participant Protections, the latest CIOMS guidelines. Prof.
Well, hello again, and welcome back. And of course, I hope that I will be able to counter the effect that the food has on you, which is that you will doze off. That I will be able to keep interested. I'm very much looking forward to this lecture. And again, I want to thank the organizers for having me here and allowing me to do this. As I said this morning, research ethics was indeed one scandal. And of course, I presume that everyone in this room knows we're talking about. This is absolutely not a full list, far from it. history of scandals, but also controversial studies later in history, probably still going on somewhere. The character problem in the UK, Cambridge Analytics. So it's as if research ethics can rest and be assured that these scandalous things never ever happen. And that, of course, makes it so understandable that the reigning paradigm in research ethics indeed is protection. I don't know how that is in South Africa, but in my country, research ethics committee members often say, my main goal is to protect the participant. That's absolutely what they say. So protection is still the core of the business for many. And we need to take a closer look at that, how we can actually implement that, but also, of course, whether in all cases that's the best way to go. Now, this morning, I added this slide this morning. I was listening to all these marvelous presentations this morning, and I was actually privileged, of course, because I have room here to talk to you. I didn't need to raise my hand and ask for the phone, and there's no time left. I simply insert this in my lecture, and then I have the floor, right? So this is my... I want to acknowledge something. I want to acknowledge that in the CIOMS guidelines, I think in some respects, we still follow that somewhat now, I would say, old idea of that research ethics primarily is concerned with how to do research and under what conditions you can involve human beings in that research, and that the virtues, well, yeah, virtues of course need to be there, but they are not so much part of the guidelines. I absolutely admire the fact that that you were able to find that one sentence in the preamble which talks about virtues, and it's literally one sentence, one line even, and so you saved us. At the same time, the honest truth is that, of course, virtues did not get that much attention in the CIOMS guidelines, and I think since then this has actually changed. I think now research ethics and research integrity are not completely different, and they are of course connected. But in cases you will see in research ethics and research integrity, and so especially the part of research integrity has developed into maturity much more than at the time we drafted these guidelines. I think there is a new reason pay attention to virtues, and if we would redo the guidelines right now, I think we would pay more attention to that. And that is, maybe I reverse the bullet points there. Open science. Open science, it was also mentioned this morning, several instances, and of course we also believe in open science. But what do we mean by open science? A lot of people think open science primarily open access publication. Well, yes, that's important. It's absolutely important to be able to publish in a way that others can read your articles freely. So yes, open access publication is paramount. In the Netherlands, actually, you don't get a grant from the government if you do not promise to publish everything in open access style. And of course, the truth is that costs money. So there are then funds in the university to allow you to do this, because the government doesn't give you the extra money. So open access is important, but open science is so much more. For me, open science is also about community consultation. Did you get that? I think open science should not only be open at the end, when a project stops and publications are followed and they are brought into the world, but it should be open to the world at the start of your project as well. So for me, open science is a different culture than the way it, right? And I think we should not only look at open science in terms of how we involve the community and bring our results to the world, but actually also how we do research. And now I don't mean with respect to the participants, but respect to our researchers or to our junior staff. I think in many universities, a climate of publish or perish is still present. And the stupid thing is, we have now tried to abolish that for a number of years now, but it's still there. In reality, it's still there. I hear stories about junior researchers who do all the work and then all of a sudden find their article published with someone else in the first place. And senior authors getting last author places because they are senior, not because they have done so much. And all of that, of course, is the result of a published culture in which your next position or your next financial position department is really also dependent on the number of publications. I made a mistake. In the bio that I had you read out this morning, I even mentioned the number of publications I made. I should not have done that. I should not have done that. I should have said, I did publications, yes, once in a while. Because of course, I attributed to this idea of, yay, I published so much, that you now think that I am great because I published so much, which in a way reinforces that publication culture of published in Paris. So I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. Please, if you look in your folder, take that out. Don't look at it. Erase it, forget it. Yeah, and so there's much more to open science than open access publication. I've said it, and I think a culture, not of publish and perish, but an open culture in which you can actually foster creativity in a safe research environment, is the way to go. Now, luckily enough, we have this newer CIOMS report, the GGPRI, it's the Good Governance Practices for Research Institutions. I know that there are some copies in the room, but of course, as always, you can find all of this online. And in chapter 2, you will actually see what I've written about that in the latest version. So please also take that into account. We need to do more than mind about our participants, absolutely necessary, but we also need to change the academic climate in our institutions. And then there was this perennial question, can we teach someone to become virtuous if that person is not virtuous yet? And then I was reminded of a quote by Hamlet. I thought, well, means that might be thing to do, and that is assume the virtue if you have it not, because use can change the stamp of nature. And that in a way brings us back to regulations. So as you don't have all the virtues that are required, you'd probably better follow the regulations and follow the rules, because indeed, maybe you will grow to see why that's the good way to do, and then you will have become virtuous in the meantime. Okay, so this was my added slide. And of course, I needed to get a bridge to the guidelines again, and this was my bridge. And here you see some of the fronts of these well-known guidelines. I've actually also used UNESCO. UNESCO is less known for its, let's say, content on research, but actually the Universal Declaration on Ethics and Human Rights, there's also content on research. Again, high level, aspirational. The really good thing about the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights is, of course, that it was adopted by how many? 190 countries. You see, I mean, Helsinki is doctors. CIOMS is Organizations of Medical Sciences. Let's be fair. And this is member states. 190 something member states have adopted these principles. So I think there is some power there too, just to remind us. Okay, talking about protecting the vulnerable. The classic route is, of course, draw up a lot of rules that really protect the people who participate, and especially those who might be more vulnerable. Lately, we've heard different sounds. Alex London, I don't know if you know this author, but it's certainly worthwhile. This book, For the Common Good, is freely available online. If you type in now, Alex London, For the Common Good, you will find the whole PDF. There's no fee whatsoever. You can. It's not even printed. I mean, the only version you can get is the online version. And he was actually also part of our workgroup for the revision of CIOMS, and he wrote the biggest part of the guideline on social value. So you can actually see the connection, and what he wrote in the guideline 1 is really also what he elaborated on in this book, and that is that research should not only be viewed as something that you need to be protected from, right? I think Professor Ruff this morning started by saying, let's appreciate the fact that we need good science, and also that we need science. We do need research. I mean, let's face it, it's also thanks to research that we were able to relatively quickly find our way out of COVID problems, right? I mean, it's so research is also a good. It's a social good. It's not something to be completely protected from, because if we would do that, then we would stir all development in medical sciences. So he claims, and this is his language, research with human participants is connected to social purposes of sufficient moral weight that they ground a moral imperative with two aims: to promote research with social value. You see the connection with our Article 1. And then, of course, that the research is organized on terms that respect the status of its many stakeholders, especially study participants, as free and equal. Okay. That's an assumption, right? That's an assumption, because we know that not all participants are free and equal. But this is why he says we could also approach research as a social good. And I think that's also important, to not only look at research as something to be protected from. However, I think that even if we do take that stance and are positive about research and want to promote research, as I am sure many of you want to, then still, social value of research, it's all in the definition of Alex. Of course, informed consent, that's a right simply. And we still need to balance benefits over risks and burdens. And I think we still need to protect those who are maybe not so free and not so equal. And therefore, I still think there are good reasons to think about vulnerability and how to protect the people who remain vulnerable in research. Now, there's a whole story, and probably you know some of it, about who is vulnerable. And the classical approach was, of course, to talk about groups. And then we would say groups like people who cannot consent, or people who come from certain minorities, or who are marginalized in a society. And we would state a list of people who belong to a certain group, and then we would say that a whole group would be vulnerable. I think, it's not completely fair, but in Helsinki there is still a bit of that group approach. Not completely, because they also mention individuals, but the follow-up is pretty much group-based. We really wanted to get away from that, so we didn't want to ask primarily the question, who is vulnerable, but we thought we should ask, when is someone vulnerable, because that gives you a more contextual view. So we said, when is someone vulnerable? Well, this may happen when persons have relative or absolute impairments in decisional capacity, sure, but also education, resources, strength, or other attributes needed to protect their own interests. They can also become vulnerable because some feature of the circumstances in which they live make it less likely that others will be vigilant about or sensitive to their interests. And indeed, you can also become vulnerable when circumstances are manufactured in a way that actively harms persons' ability to protect themselves. So we really wanted to move from a group approach to a more contextualized understanding of vulnerability. Maybe you've heard of Florencia Luna from Argentina. She has proposed to talk about latent vulnerability. And for instance, it was the day before, it was on Sunday, we heard a great talk from Professor Elizabeth, that's her name, from Kenya. And she described, she's a gynecologist, and she described how a young woman had a child, father was nowhere to be seen in Nairobi, and then you can really see the layers adding up, right? No income, no one to help her daily life, and she had a child. So that would account for several layers of vulnerability. So in the CIOMS guidelines, really, we have a layered conception of vulnerability and a contextualized conception of vulnerability. That has many implications. I'll return to that later. Now, and I think this is really what I wanted to explain to you and why I'm so happy that I can do this, because this is not in the CIOMS guidelines. Well, it is, but behind the scenes. And so I'm going to open the curtains and show you how we thought about protecting the vulnerable and how we constructed the several guidelines that are there. Because if you look them up, in guideline 15, we talk about vulnerability as such, and then we go on with several other guidelines in which we talk about how to protect several situations in which people can be vulnerable. And for this, we created what we talked about as the vulnerability toolkit. And well, that may not be a perfect word. It meant that we had several instruments to do something about vulnerability. And clearly stating all these instruments allowed us to then think about when do you need what instrument. And this is some of the, I would say, the problematic features of some guidelines, that they simply throw every protection at every vulnerable person. And of course, as with many things in research, there's always a price, right? I mean, if we have first phase 1, then phase 2, then phase 3 research, as you all know we do, there's a price, and the price is time. Because this moves slowly. So it means that we are risk averse. That's what that system is. It's risk averse. And there are good reasons to be risk averse, but of course there's also a price. And the same goes here. If you utilize all these mechanisms at the same time, and you think that then you're really the champion of protection, you're actually maybe at the price of the individual. I'll explain this later, but it's really important to see that there are different elements that you can use, and you don't need to use them all the time, all at once. So I'm going to talk through these, let's say, mechanisms. The first is what I call subsidiarity, and that means something like it couldn't have been done with other non-vulnerable groups. Clear examples, I'll give you more examples. Children. Do you want research to be done with children? Yes, you do, because you want data on children, right? I mean, that's what we say. We have a history of not including children, and the result is that we have no data on children. So we want more research on children, because then we at least know something about children. I mean, when I looked up as a doctor, well, I was a geriatrician, so I didn't treat much children, but many children. But before that, I was a GP, and then indeed I did treat children, and then I would look up in my pharmacotherapeutical compass, whatever you call it. And, of course, it would say, sorry, we have no information on children. So do whatever you see is fit. We don't want that to continue, right? We want something else. We want data. So we want data, whether it's plural or singular, I still don't know. Someone threw that up this morning, but I don't know. For me, it's plural. Data is plural. It's from datum and then the plural. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, you said that, I think. You said it. Yeah, indeed. So we want data on the effect of certain interventions on children. Okay, so what we do? Do we say, well, you need to study that first on adults? We can. Or do we say, well, no, you can immediately study that on children, because it's so important that this is now found in these children. And there are two sides to this, right? If you do it first on adults, you'll probably have more information, maybe not completely relevant, because a child need not be an exact copy, a small copy of an adult, but still, you have some information. It might be relevant, it might be transportable. And then, of course, you'd have some other information, but at the price of time. Super simple. It means that the first time that you can start giving this to children will be at least 4 or 5 years later. Because in the meantime, you will have to do that phase 3 research on adults, and that will take time. It's as simple as that. Group specificity. Well, this is sometimes the way around in children. We say, yeah, but these children are so different from adults. Indeed, there's group specificity, and therefore we can now allow this research to happen in children. But we can also say, and that's where group specificity comes in as a mechanism for protection. You can only do this if this is really going to benefit the group of which this person is a representative. So that's one way to go. Then, of course, it was mentioned a number of times this morning, special conditions on post-trial access. You would say, okay, you can only do this if the group from which this person is a representative stands to benefit. It's also a mechanism to provide some form of protection, because at least the risk-benefit ratio for that group will improve. Classical conditions, of course, are also risk limitations. You'll find in the DOH, yeah, funny. DOH for you means the Department of Health, right? For me, it's Declaration of Helsinki, but you got that right. So Declaration of Helsinki, DOH, Declaration of Helsinki, and if someone from here talks about DOH, then it's Department of Health. But for me, it's Helsinki. And there, indeed, you can only involve, for instance, incompetent patients if there is only a minimal risk. Now, we edit, so there's a slight difference, might be important. Again, these are the differences between CIOMS and the DOH, Helsinki, that you might want to study. But indeed, we allowed not only for minimal risk in some cases, but for a minor increase over minimal risk if there was sufficient social value to justify that. So we allowed a little bit more risk. Debated, of course. Also classical, let's say, if someone is not capable of protecting himself and therefore vulnerable, then you have someone else do the work, and that is a limited list of proxies to consent on behalf of that person. And then, of course, you would also want that person to be able to give assent in as much as possible. The difference between assent and absence of dissent is sometimes not so clear. For me, there is a difference. Assent is more than the absence of dissent. I think assent is accepting and showing some willingness to be participating in the research project, without, of course, giving full informed consent. Then there would be full informed consent. Assent is between the absence of dissent and full informed consent. Sometimes you can actually think that you can only involve certain vulnerable groups of people or people if independent advocates also are involved and have thought about the protocol and how to protect these people. And that actually brings me also to community involvement, because I think that community involvement is also a way to protect people. I'll elaborate on that. PPIE for me is patient and public involvement and engagement. To broaden that concept in order to, to have an answer to everyone who says, oh, involvement is the wrong word, you need engagement. And others say, no, you don't need engagement, you need involvement. And I'll say, great, I'll use both. So I wanted to make this a little bit clearer because, of course, this was very theoretical, and show you where subsidiarity in the Declaration of Helsinki is visible. I've, of course, taken the current version of Helsinki. So this is the Declaration of Helsinki, Guideline 19. As you probably know, the Declaration of Helsinki is 4 pages, and it contains, at this moment, 37 sentences. Well, that's not completely true, because sometimes the guideline consists of 2 sentences, but it's not that much more, 2-3 sentences, very dense sentences. And DOH 19 has this. It's actually the guideline on people who are vulnerable. And also the guideline which states there should be specifically considered protections. And then DOH 20 continues and says it's only justified if the research is responsive to their health needs. There you go. There you go. That's one of the mechanisms that I just talked about. And the research cannot be carried out in a non-vulnerable group. There you go. This is subsidiarity. It cannot be done in another group. So as soon as you start to see this kind of language cannot be carried out or cannot be done in other groups, then you know that that's subsidiarity. Looking at the DOH again, you can also find an example of group specificity. I just talked about group specificity as one of these mechanisms. And in DOH 20, indeed, you see this, it's responsive to the health needs of the needs or priorities of this group. So you say you have to do something, and by way of protecting, you actually make it, you can only do that if it's beneficial to the group, or at least responsive. Yeah. We also go into talking about not the same things, of course, but that's another matter. Post-trial access. Again, in the DOH, in addition, this group stand to benefit from the knowledge, practice, interventions that result from the research. This morning we touched upon post-trial access in a number of occasions, but we didn't really work it through. And I understand that because it's actually quite a difficult subject. Post-trial access usually means post-trial access to the invention that was proven effective in the course of that project, that study. Often do we actually see a study that delivers the final proof of the effectiveness of that intervention? Not so often, because in reality there is a whole portfolio necessary before you reach that final stage in which you say, so now we have sufficient evidence that something is indeed effective, right? But before that, a whole portfolio of research has been performed. Let's say the pivotal trials that we determine whether it's effective or not are in a minority. So can we only provide that, or should we also provide other benefits? That's not in this guideline. It's a totally different subject, but I would love to hear your views on that, because especially in this continent, the additional benefits that might be there to, let's say, offset a disbalance in risks and benefits is something to really discuss. And I hope that maybe in the discussion we can further touch on that subject. Yet another example, also taken from the DOH, but now from DOH 28. There it talks about subjects who are incapable of giving informed consent. And there you see the standard provision that they should not be included in research. So that is protection to the full, right? Unless it is intended to the health of the group. There you go again, health of the group. So that's group specificity. And the research cannot instead be performed with persons who are capable. That's subsidiarity again. And the research entails only minimal risk and minimal burden. Well, there you go. That's the classical limit or the cap on risk. So you'll see that in Helsinki, there are a number of guidelines that actually use these mechanisms. But my point is that I think you have to use them with some differentiation and not throw every mechanism to the whole group that you consider vulnerable. I have to continue a little bit about community engagement as part of the toolkit. That is actually something that is not maybe explicitly stated in the CIOMS guidelines, but I think it is. And it's part of Guideline 7, in which we talk about community engagement. This is something that for this audience, of course, is completely clear. I mean, we've heard many references to African ethics, and Ubuntu has been mentioned. During the previous days, we were taught that actually Ubuntology is a word. Not sure, but Ubuntology. So the idea that individuals are always part of a community is, of course, clear. And that means that we all rely to a certain extent on the provisions that a community actually provide, and not solely on our own protection. And most people who are fortunate enough not to be vulnerable forget that others or institutions protect them and start to think that they do it all by themselves. So we might think that we are not amidst the vulnerable. Well, of course I am, but not speaking in my mother tongue. But That's not true, of course. I mean, we all rely on the communities in which indeed exist to a certain extent for mutual protection. Well, if you agree on that, then it becomes very interesting to see how can communities actually contribute to protection and reduce vulnerability. Well, I think they could actually talk to you about what makes people in that community more vulnerable. Because as I said, several layers of vulnerability may exist. There are things that may be obvious, but there are also things that are maybe not so obvious. Indeed, it could be very helpful. Just over lunch, I was talking to one of you, and we were talking about remote trials. And at home, we just finished a PhD subject on decentralized trials. And of course, I said the obvious, that it's so great that people now don't have to come to the clinical site and can stay at home. Well, said the person next to me, actually, that's a great disservice to many, because if they have to come to the clinical site, they at least get some reimbursement for their travel expenses, and that's actually a little bit more than what they actually spend on the travel, and therefore they gain something. So it's actually kind of an incentive to come to a clinical site. I just heard over lunch here. So that means you can disagree whether that's correct, whether maybe let's say reimbursement for travel should actually be the exact amount you spent in the taxi or whatever. But you can also, from this example, deduce that indeed you need to have contextualized information on what might make some people more vulnerable than you might have thought without that information. So I think community can provide you that. Information on what makes persons vulnerable, but also, of course, what could be done to actually prevent that from happening. How communities could help researchers in reaching that goal, and how vulnerable people can be included in research. As has been said this morning several times, of course, the simple answer, let's exclude them, is not a good answer. But it is still quite often the answer, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but in my institution, when I sit on the rec, I always see long lists of exclusion criteria, and it's only seldom that I do not see pregnant women in that list. So they are actually standard excluded. And I think that's wrong. We argue, and also CIOMS argues, that you should defend exclusion, that you should justify exclusion, but it hardly ever happens. And then we keep on excluding a number of vulnerable people and groups. So I think communities can be instrumental in reducing vulnerability, in understanding vulnerability, but also in reducing vulnerability. And that's why I think community engagement should be part of this toolkit. Now, this toolkit is great, but again, you have to use it wisely. And there are some issues connected to this toolkit. First of all, should all vulnerable persons be equally protected, even if the level of vulnerability differs? Well, that's almost a rhetorical question, I think, because my answer would be no. I mean, if layers of vulnerability can add up, then protection should also come maybe in a layered format. Maybe we should really differentiate in protections also. Of course, the next question is, who then makes that decision? Is it the REC, or this morning I learned HREC, you say HREC, right? But you know what I mean. Is it that committee that examines the protocol and gives clearance or not? Or should we argue, well, some of this information will probably only arrive at the table of the researchers after you start doing the research, because you will have had some community engagement, I hope, I think is necessary, but you will have continuous community engagement while doing the research, and that might lead to additional information on certain people being vulnerable, and then should we leave it to the REC to decide which instruments to use? Or should we probably rather say a research ethics committee can do so much and can ask you to at least use these, let's say, elements of the toolkit, and then ask you to do additional things if you come across people who are additionally vulnerable. One thing may become apparent here. I don't think that the work in a research ethics committee is merely applying the rules. Do you see what I mean? Applying the rules is simply not possible. You always have to bring your case, the protocol, under a rule, and in doing that, there is specification. There is not only specification, there's interpretation, there is determining whether this rule applies or that rule applies, whether, for instance, whether in this case, the physiology of a child is sufficiently different from the physiology of an adult, and therefore we can claim group specificity, and therefore we can allow it, or we say, no. In this case, the responses, the biological, the physiological responses of a child will be the same as of an adult, and therefore you need to study it in adults first. There's always weighing. I think actually that's the fun of doing this, right? If it was only applying an application, then it would be a tick box thing. But really the challenge of being on a committee is to interpret and to specify and to reason and to say, I think there are more reasons for bringing it under this heading than under that heading, right? I think that's really what's happening. By the way, that's also why it might take time. And that's also, of course, why different committees might come to different answers. Because they, in their interpretation, they might actually just take a different decision, right? And then researchers should not be annoyed and think, stupid committees, they don't know what to do. But they should accept the fact that there are more interpretations of the situation. Of course, then the next question is, okay, so how do we bring that together? And that's the next issue. But I don't think that means that anyone had it wrong. It just meant that the specification or the interpretation is done in different ways. Okay. Should it matter whether stand to benefit from them if they're vulnerable? The immediate answer probably would be yes. If they do stand, that group will be better, and so, this could be a demand. I'm not completely persuaded, and I should put this in a very sensitive way, because of course I do know that many people, I mean, what I find absolutely unjust is the situation that we, well, to put it that way, pose questions that lead to intervention that will be used in the first world or in the rich world primarily, and that will be researched in LMICs, right? I mean, that's absolutely unjust. That's why we also talk about a just distribution of burdens and benefits in this guideline, absolutely. At the same time, let's talk about Baltimore again. That takes it a bit out of Africa, that's better. Let's talk about Baltimore. Do we really want to prevent that someone in the, let's say, the more socially disadvantaged areas of Baltimore does not help in getting a COVID therapy? Do you see my point? To a certain extent, I think also vulnerable people may want to show solidaristic behavior, to show solidarity, to actually want to be involved. I can really imagine that also they said, I step up and I want to be part of this. And yes, please, I participate in this trial for COVID vaccines. And I'm talking about Baltimore again, right? Or should we say, nope, you're vulnerable. You're probably not going to get it. You're not on Medicaid or Medicare in the American situation. And therefore you cannot participate. I am not sure. It's an open question, really. I hope we can discuss this. My point is, if we, without thinking, just apply all these mechanisms, we might actually also create some disadvantages or create really overreaching, which, as I said, might be a problem in itself. Yes, already, you start to get to know me, right? I always talk ahead of my slides because I talk because I have a story, and then the slides are made before and they are just there. But I said the first thing, right? Non-generalizability is a normative claim. Much as anonymity is a normative claim, by the way. We talked this morning about anonymity, and anonymity means that there is no reasonable prospect of identifying a subject, right? Reasonable prospect. So there is no reasonable prospect of identifying someone. That's what we call anonymity. That's a moral decision. It's not a fact-checking thing. It is a decision about how likely it is that someone gets identified. And by the way, the chances of being identified, of course, become bigger and bigger, because in this world, I'm not so sure anything can stay non-identifiable anymore. But still, I think there is still a judgment involved. So as I said, group specificity creates very local social value. Should we not also allow someone, if he really wants, to participate in something that he might not benefit from? Again, if that person takes the initiative, right? I'm not saying let's take the burden of doing research to the poorer areas in Baltimore. I'm saying if that person steps up and says, I want to be a part of it, should we say no? Yeah, why should the vulnerable groups be prevented from helping other vulnerable groups? Indeed. Special conditions on risk? Well, yes, indeed, they may slow down the development of interventions. Again, I'm not at all saying let's forget about all these conditions, not at all. But we do have to be sensitive to the fact that they also have their drawbacks. Okay, so what did CIOMS do? We argued and we argued and we argued. We argued about when to use what. In adults incapable of giving informed consent, we used the mechanisms that I show there. We had a long debate about children because we acknowledged that if we say subsidiarity for non-therapeutic research, subsidiarity for therapeutic research is, I think, not very wise. If something is therapeutic in potential, then of course, I think there are good reasons for involving a child in that research. But if it's for non-therapeutic research, should we indeed say you have to go to adults first? We had a long debate because it does slow down the research and the results for children. In the end, we came down to, yes, we should have it. It's debatable. It's debatable. You could argue that we were too protective there. But we did. I would actually argue that this means that research ethics committees have some, let's say, discretionary space and say, well, in this case, really, if we say we first have to go to adults, that might take 4 or 5 years, and that's simply too long, given the situation of this specific group. So maybe there's even a small discretionary room there for committees to argue otherwise. Pregnant women, limits on risk, yes, especially for the fetus, of course. And group specificity, yes, but subsidiarity, no. Makes no sense there. Makes no sense. So we really went over all the situations that we had in mind and decided which mechanism to use. Well, that brings us, and I already talked a little bit about that, to the question, whose task is it to protect the vulnerable? And again, the classical position would be the Research Ethics Committee. But again, I think, and I said that before, there is a role for this whole ecosystem. And in this ecosystem, I think there is the Research Ethics Committee, there are researchers, there are research institutions, we point that out in the latest guidelines, and indeed also for communities. And of course, that should be done, that ecosystem should work before, but also during the research project. So that gives me the opportunity to make one more step. Because so far, I talked about community engagement mainly as a way to protect the vulnerable. But I think there is another way which touches upon what I started with to look at community engagement. And I think community engagement is also a way to prevent research waste. So it's also a way to promote social value of research. There are a number of other reasons that I've stated there, but I really want to emphasize that, let's say, community engagement is not just a mechanism to prevent harm to the vulnerable, but it's also a way to really co-create. And with co-creation, I mean something, you see my hands, that means that they are on, let's say, a same level of power, not of information, of course. I mean, the scientists will have more information on the science, the community representatives will have more information on the community and the specificity there. But they should be able to connect in a way in which they are equal, not equal, but in an equal position. And that actually, and this I take from Cesar Atawire from Ghana, who was at the conference the other day as well. And he said, we should maybe talk rather than of community engagement, we should start talking about engagement of communities. And the plural here is to indicate that scientists actually also come from a community. We started by talking a little bit about how that community should function and how that functioning should maybe be improved by no longer working along the lines of publish and perish and along the lines that you talked about this morning about the ontgroening and that kind of stuff. So the community of the researchers at some point can co-create with the community in which research is performed. And then, of course, we can talk about engagement of communities, which has a different sense, right? It feels more on equal footing than when you talk about me going to a community to do something. So that's a final step that I also wanted to make. And that brings me to the conclusion. I think I stick pretty much to the 50 minutes. That vulnerability is a contextual characteristic and may vary in degree. I said that, right? It's the layers concept. There's a variety of responses to vulnerability. We call it a toolkit. And guidelines need to be clear about when to use which protection and why, because protections come with disadvantages as well. And again, I think RECs cannot bear this responsibility alone. And I think community engagement is part of that toolkit. And that is the message that I wanted to bring to you. And I thank you for the opportunity of being able to do so. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think if you want to stay there, but if I can invite Himla up with Annie Tamani to actually do to facilitate the open Q&A this afternoon.
Don't you want to be here?
Up to you. As they come up, I'll just introduce, Prof. Himla was introduced this morning, but Prof. Annie Tamani, she's currently the Acting Executive Dean in the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Johannesburg. She also serves as a committee member on the UNESCO National Bioethics Committee and the MRC Bioethic Advisory Committee. She was recently appointed to serve on the Mental Health Ministerial Board Advisory Committee by the Health Minister. Prof. Tamani is actively involved in research ethical governance evident from involvement consultant service for qualitative research at the Steve Biko Bioethics Centre at WITS and served on the editorial board of the in-house journal of the Department of Nursing, Health Gesondheid SA, as a sectional editor. Thank you.
Since Prof was introduced last, I'll let her go first.
We have two mics, actually.
We do. Good afternoon. I think this is an open session and we're going to allow you to ask questions from the public lecture. I don't know how many minutes do we have?
Half an hour.
Yeah, we've got half an hour and then just the reflection.
All right. All right. I don't know if there's anyone who would like to ask a questions from the floor.
If not, then of course I will have the impression that food did win.
It is that time of the
Thank
day.
you.
Okay, I will also go. Where is the question? Okay.
Gentleman in white shirt.
I'm the young one, Profimula Amka.
There's a roving mic. There's a roving mic.
No.
Hello, and thank you, Lenny, and thank you for everybody who organized today, and thank you for all the insights that you shared. Part of, it's not really a question, but maybe it's raising questions. And it goes to how we were talking earlier, for example, this notion of Ubuntu, and you've raised Ubuntu again. And I think that one of the underlying principles that we need to recognize is that Ubuntu is a two-way relationship, or actually multiple-way relationship, and it's not defined in time and space. And so in terms of our research, we need to be, I think, Ubuntu is a way of recognizing humanity in the research, and that concept of do unto others as you would have done unto you. So almost placing ourselves in the participant's shoes. So if I were a participant, would I want this done to me? And so, you know, there's this responsibility on the HREC, not only, but in researchers, to protect themselves as well as the participants. But I think there's also the notion in Ubuntu of protecting the notion of research. So protecting research in itself, because as we were hearing earlier about trust, and if trust is eroded, then it's gone. And in South Africa, we also have the notion, and I was wondering if that's maybe something that can come into the discussion of Ubuntu, is the Batupele principles. So Batupele, people first. Okay. And so I guess it's already, Batupele is kind of subsumed into the notion of Ubuntu. Okay. But it's recognizing that it is putting people first, and that there are these broader implications of the purpose of the research methodology, the research, the value of people in the research, and also the value of advancing research. And so putting people first is an ethical priority. And then maybe the final comment is related to this notion of limited resources. And I'm wondering, and the example you gave of Baltimore, is that there may be multiple resources, but I think we often do a disservice to our participants in just describing them as coming from, as having limited resources, but recognizing that there are competing demands. So in any other situation, maybe the resources that I have would be sufficient. But in the context, like you were just saying now, in the context in which I find myself, the competing demands mean that my available resources are insufficient. And so, you know, just a blanket expression of limited resources kind of puts the participant back into the old language of the subject. Okay. But that's my opinion. Thank you very much again for this opportunity.
Right. Can I respond? Yes, please. Okay, so first of all, I'm absolutely incapable of providing a good answer on Ubuntu. That's I know the word, I know some of its meaning, but it's of course far beyond me to say something intelligent about that. What I do recognize, without claiming that it's all the same, because I think that's actually wrong to do, but what I do recognize is that the very reason for putting social value in the first place in our guidelines was to say, listen, whatever you do, you have to do something that has the potential to improve the health and the well-being of the people, right? So I'm not sure whether that captures some of what you just said, but it would be my take at a parallel to say, well, have that first, right? And as you may have seen, because there has been a public consultation on some of the language revision for Helsinki just now. So in January. In January, there was an open call on the web. People could respond to some of the proposals that they had made already. And then they would say, research and ultimately leads to some, let's say, social value. And I said, no, come on, it needs to be more direct than that. Recognizing that it takes a long time before you can actually get to something. I acknowledge that fully. I've done quite a bit of research, so I know. But at the same time, let's put that first. And the other thing is, in my attempt to talk about engagement of communities, yeah, I think something is implied also of that open discussion. I would not say of the researcher having to protect himself or herself, but to start to be genuinely interested in the other, let's say, circumstances, see what can best be done given those circumstances. So without wanting to appropriate it, it's absolutely wrong, but I do see some parallels, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So colleagues, this is an open session. We have about 23 questions that were sent to us prior to the meeting, and they kind of revolve around 4 themes. The first theme is on issues related to human participants. The second theme is about research ethics committees. The third one is about training, both of participants and ethics committees. And the fourth theme is about trials. So I'm just going to flag a few questions, and Hans, you don't have to be the one to answer them all. We've had participants, speakers who spoke earlier, who can field some of those.
Sure.
I can reassure you that having gone through the questions carefully, almost everything is covered by the talks and presentations that we've had. But we just need to respect. Again, respect is an operational word that we've heard throughout the day, that people took the time to send us questions, so we should try to acknowledge them in some way.
Yeah.
You would like to say something?
Well, I remember one specific question, because I read those in advance as well, and it said, can ethics committees be wrong? Can they be challenged?
Yes.
And I think, yes, they can. And let's not get all heated up about that.
Yes.
Because as I just said, since there is interpretation and specification involved, at some point you might actually diverge. And then I would think it's absolutely perfect if a researcher says, well, honestly, I don't understand why you come down on this side. And I would see arguments for coming down on this side. And please, can we sit down and talk about this? Yeah. Not because you are stupid and I want my way, but because there might be a genuine difference of opinion or of interpretation of a guideline, which always, by definition, has to use open-ended terms and therefore needs interpretation. So yes, there is a perfect ground for, let's say, not disrespecting, but having a conversation.
And I know that our ethics committee advocates used to do that. If you wanted to meet when you could review, you could have access to the committee to. Yes, ma'am.
Guys, I'm glad you raised that question, because I also looked at the questions beforehand, and that was also the questions that stood out to me.
Yeah.
Belonging to a profession that very few people actually know what we do.
Yeah.
Occupational therapy, people think that we work with children. I work with children.
Right.
So I work with psychiatric patients.
Yeah.
And so my profession is so broad and nuanced, and few people actually have a good understanding, other than occupational therapists, I think, of the depth of our profession. When our applications go to the HREC, they actually don't understand the nuances of our profession. And if you think an HREC is unreasonable, because that was the word that was used, perhaps the thing that you should be doing is actually trying to, well, yes, sit down and talk to them, but actually become a member of an HREC.
Okay.
Change things from the inside, which is what I did.
But of course, that will not
It's
do
not
away
possible
with
for everybody, and it doesn't do away with the nuances, that we don't always understand the nuances of each other's professions. But I think that also we need to recognize that we're all humans.
Absolutely.
And that putting an HREC application in is actually a form of communication.
It is.
And if you as the person who's written the protocol or the ethics application also have a responsibility to make sure that the HREC understands the nuances and understands what it is that you're doing.
Yeah. But before we all become member of a REC, it will not take away the fact that there is interpretation and specification, and therefore there will always be a possibility for divergence of opinion, by definition.
Professor?
You wanted to say something? Never mind. Yes, you can go. Then we can.
But now the mic is there. Oh, okay. The two mics, sorry. I think you can simply talk.
Hi there,
Yeah.
it's on. Okay. Thank you. I was really pleased when you worked through the questions: who is vulnerable, to when is someone vulnerable, and then to what might make someone or a community vulnerable. What I find absent from the discussion today is social structure and history. And so I was thinking that in order to elevate the social structure in the context and the history that shapes context, one might want to ask, what do we know about the social structure and its history, which would reasonably make certain people vulnerable? And then what do we not know that might make certain people or communities vulnerable? So that was the one thing. And then just one more thing about Ubuntu. Again, it's the question of in which context do which people come first? And I think Professor Behrens would know, the literature, some of the and others would know some of the literature about Ubuntu and ethics, where, in some cases, Ubuntu could be boundaried, right? That Ubuntu is about this particular community and not about that one. That's the one thing. And then about which people first, I think the anthropocentrism in that, could be, would need to be shifted a little. If, for example, you are focusing on fishing communities, whose livelihood has been disrupted because of the ways in which global multinational companies use the ocean, then it's actually about the ocean and the people first, or the forest and the people first.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know which one you're going to take first.
Well,
try the structure and history.
Yeah, so I think it's not explicitly there, but I think what I said is that you of course have to do community engagement, that's in the CIOMS guidelines, and that would indeed provide information that talks about what makes people or groups more vulnerable. So I would assume that some of the information that you described would come out of that. I do acknowledge that indeed these guidelines are pretty anthropocentric, and that if we would redo them now, we would probably have more attention for environmental issues, as of course the whole of biomedicine needs to have more attention for environmental issues and the pollution that biomedicine actually also creates. I have heard even more than all the flying we do in the world. So yeah, I think that's also an issue. Whether it's all on the shoulders of a research ethics committee, again, can be debated, right? Because there are so many things that we actually want to work on, that I'm not sure that all of that can be sort of put on, because then even if you are an occupational therapist or work in psychiatry, then you will not be persuaded to go to a research ethics committee because it's simply too much. Yeah. But you have probably more to say than I.
Not really. There's somebody there. You want to add to this point? Okay. Go ahead with your question.
Okay. I wanted to go back to the question about research ethics. challenges or challenging queries from research ethics committees. My question is on the other side. If we as regulatory people submit applications to ethics committees, and at some point I feel that this that I'm submitting shouldn't actually be approved, how do I communicate that to the ethics committee?
Okay. Yeah. Well,
And most of the time it is approved.
yeah.
And I'm thinking, did they look at this? There's nothing I can do at that stage. It's approved.
Probably not. I don't know how to start that. I rarely see that a ethics committee is too lenient, or that others feel that it's too lenient, but it can, of course, happen. Yeah, if you're regulators and or maybe in a regulatory authority that approves the introduction of certain drugs to the market, is that where you are? Okay. Okay. I was going to say then you have your own sort of position in the circle and that you could use that one. But if you're just in the position that someone agreed here and you are not in agreement with what the rec said, I think your best option is to excuse yourself from whatever involvement of that protocol you might have. Not that much, but if you would have some involvement, then you could, of course, as a person, step down from it. But I think, yeah, it's probably true that some research ethics committee decisions are not the best, and that they would not be upheld if they would have been scrutinized. That's all part of the business, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'm going to give Prof. Ames a chance, but I wanted to say, I think if you were the one who was submitting and you were not quite sure about whether this is going to be approved, you wanted not to be approved, I'm thinking about what Dr. Sukwai was talking about trust and showing honesty, transparency, and all of those things, and consistency. I don't know, Prof. Ames, you want to respond?
My question is, if we know that the protocol is ethically flawed, then why do we submit a protocol of this nature? Shouldn't we, as honest people with integrity, honest researchers, honest regulators, shouldn't we correct the wrong in that protocol and then submit? Alternatively, if it's already submitted and then we realize that yes, there are problems with this protocol, shouldn't we go back to the ethics committee?
Well, the answer is yes, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But so I understood the question as being a protocol is approved. It's not your protocol. You learn of it and you disapprove of the decision. And then I don't know what to do. If it's not your protocol, you cannot do that much. Yeah? But if it's your protocol, then I would know why would you submit it in the first place. Indeed.
I think even if we learn about a protocol that's flawed and it has been approved, then I think we actually need to bring it up. Because knowing that something is wrong and is unethical and keeping quiet and not doing anything about it is a huge problem.
Yeah, my assumption is that the blatant wrongs, the blatant ethical problems will be filtered out by an ethics committee. That's where I come from. I trust ethics committees to do their best, and of course they are not perfect, but they do not, I think, accept blatantly wrong protocols. Of course, there's a huge reason to start asking questions about the function of that research ethics committee.
Okay. Yes. Prof. Paul?
I mean, basically, that's what's called a whistleblower, and that happens not infrequently. If somebody has a problem, and we've seen that, not commonly, but it happens where you get a whistleblower who complains. It could be a participant on the study, it could be another researcher, and if someone raises that, It's the responsibility of the various authorities, the Ethics Committee and other regulatory authorities, to investigate.
Sure.
And so, I mean, it's not a common occurrence, but it has happened. And we've had whistleblowers, and I think it's important that we do. One problem is sometimes are scared to be whistleblowers, and whistleblowers need to be protected, but it's something quite important. Thanks.
As I said, I'm all for a safe environment in research, and so if you feel that something is absolutely not the right thing, there should be a way to speak up. Absolutely.
Thank you. Here's another question here.
Thanks, Prof. I'm representing the online presence. There are still 100 people that's attending online.
Very good.
First, I just want to know where can they access the new guidelines?
Sorry?
So, the new guidelines. Where can they access the CIOMS, the new guidelines, 2023?
The 2023 guidelines are freely available
on the CIOMS web.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. And then there was a specific question on, is there a limit in enrolling vulnerable participants, for example, children? For example, can they enroll in RCT study and also simultaneously in a invasive prospective observational study, and then later on in another RCT or so on? Is there a maximum incentive for such participants?
Okay, that's a really tough question because, again, as I said earlier this morning, often research ethics committee are not in a position to know this. So this example, of course, is created and probably maybe has some reality in the background, but it's probably not what research ethics committee know at the moment of assessing it. Unless it so happens that, for instance, in Utrecht, we have some diseases that are mainly studied in Utrecht, and then we will know everything that happens in the country on that disease, right? So then you are in a position to know the whole spectrum. But otherwise, you'll see the one protocol and not know about the other protocol. So that's one problem that I cannot solve immediately. Of course, in the CIOMS guidelines, there is text that says the burdens of research should be equitably distributed. But again, who does that? And who makes sure that this is happening? That's not at all clear. The other answer, of course, here is, but you're probably aware of that in a lot of cases, especially in pharmaceutical trials, they will say you cannot participate in another study. But that's not because they want to limit the burden of studies on your shoulders. They actually want to make sure that there are no interfering, interventions. So that's really more about controlling the RCT and making sure that whatever comes out can be attributed in a causal interpretation to the intervention than about limiting the burden on the participants. Yeah. But it's a tough question, and I cannot simply solve it. The funny thing is, not funny, that in COVID times we were better able, because then, at least in the Netherlands, the Central Committee stepped up and said, we need to centralize everything, so we need to know, so everything had to be reported. So then an overview was present, and we could say, hey, this is going to be too much. And if we, indeed, ALS is a condition, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, is that how you call it also? That's the disease that we study in Utrecht, and we have overviews where we can say, hey, in the 3 years that these people live after diagnosis, they get enrolled in 7 to 10 studies. Is that still acceptable? And the answer is often no. So we want them to reduce the whole program, not just this protocol. Yeah, and great that you bring in the questions from online, because these people need to be involved too, right? Yeah.
Wouldn't that decision be influenced by evaluating risk and benefit?
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
And what are the consequences of, successive illnesses developing or mutations or from participating in these continuous? And I do know in Europe, there's a lot of people that do it as an earning, to participate in these studies. So how controlled? That is.
I don't think it is. It's controlled.
And if you can only participate Is there a number? Is it you're only allowed to participate in 2 per year?
Right.
But I am aware of people that do it.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, I think I have to give the same answer. Should this be involved in a risk-benefit evaluation? Absolutely, because it will. I mean, the risk is not only risk, but it's also burden, right? So it increases your burden. So that should be part of it. At the same time, it will often not be known. And it's hard, and the CIOMS guidelines certainly does not specify a number, 2, 3 protocols that you can be involved in. That should be something on an individual protocol basis. At the same time, I think in a lot of informed consent forms, you will find that sentence that the person who participates declares that he is at the same time participating in another research protocol. I don't have means to verify. That actually is the case in many situations. If a researcher comes to me with a protocol which I have to assess, then I assume that that's the protocol he will follow. Am I certain? No.
Okay. We'll go to Dr. Fikile and then Prof. Paul.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't know if my question is similar to her question, but I was also going to ask about research fatigue. Participants that are fatigued in this, like, all the time, and you see it a lot in, township like Soweto. But there's a lot of research is just like influx of research there, and sometimes the money that they give as a what do you call it again? Incentive. It becomes a problem. That even though it's like 150, that's a lot for someone who does not have food. So, and people go back and go back and go back and go back to different research studies. Do you think that, because I don't know if the CIOMS guidelines touch on that, and whether or not there is a way to measure their vulnerability, and maybe like a questionnaire of something that pertains to research fatigue. And I just want to hear your thoughts about it.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think the word research fatigue is in the CIOMS guidelines, but I do understand the concept, and I think it's right. Right as in, yes, it happens and should be avoided, of course, because it will probably mean that that participant is not going to deliver all the things that you would hope he would deliver, he or she, right? The data, or showing up at research sites, of providing whatever kind of diary or whatever you want to make him do. He's probably not going to do that so well. So it's not in the interest of the study, nor, I would say, in the interest of the participant to continue to participate in that study. Is this something that a research ethics committee can always prevent? And is it something that a guideline writer writing for studies all over the world can indeed prevent? And I don't think so. So again, I'm putting my trust in the ecosystem. Well, the research ethics committee wasn't there when that person was enrolled. The researcher, or maybe the research nurse or whatever, was there and could maybe try to find out how many studies were already present or the person was involved in. So why put everything on the shoulders of the Research Ethics Committee? I don't think the Research Ethics Committee is best positioned for safeguarding and making sure that none of this happens. It's really also the responsibility of researchers. It's not in their interest. They think it's in their interest because they have another enrollment. They think, yay, response gone up. But in the meantime, you get someone who is probably not going to be an active and let's say, being a good participant in the sense of doing what he was asked to do. So I really see a responsibility for researchers there as well. Yeah.
Yeah. As you said before, with the issue of all these guidelines, there's no one size fits all, and
Indeed.
I think that's where those guidelines, I think, because they're more detailed, come out far better than the Declaration of Helsinki, which sometimes is too simplistic.
Yes.
But, patient, say, phase 1 clinical trials, where there's quite a lot of money being paid,
Yeah.
especially with healthy volunteers, not sick people,
Yeah.
who actually can shop around and go on a number of phase 1 trials. They're getting quite a lot of money each one, and go to different sites doing different trials.
Yes.
With healthy volunteers.
The professional volunteers.
That's correct. That's right. So that's the one extreme, which is you have to be careful of. But on the other side, you can get a situation where it's not unreasonable for someone to be on a number of sequential trials. Just say, with example, in a cancer trial, someone's on a phase 1, on a first-line trial, they progress, and then there needs to be a washout period. Usually 28 days is the requirement, but sometimes with certain medicines you need a longer washout period. But then there's a second-line trial, and then they progress on that, and a third-line trial. We've had that before. And that's very reasonable, provided obviously the person fulfills the criteria. Therefore, it's always nuanced. There's never a one-size-fits-all. Thanks.
And of course, again, it would be up to the researcher to think, okay, is this a person clinging to the last piece of hope that he has? And can I still interpret that as voluntary consent? Or should I maybe protect that person against himself and not even propose that study? But then you can, of course, ask whether that's too paternalistic, maybe. But indeed, I mean, again, how could a research ethics committee know this? Because that person, that committee is not going to see the individuals that come to us and volunteer for participating. So that's why I keep talking about that ecosystem. We are all in it, and not just the research ethics committee. Yeah.
Okay, I think the last one from
Thank you. My question is about the privacy considerations and specifically concerning the heuristic person in the form of an organization. We find that we receive many applications for institutional permission, and I'm not talking about health research now, but for research being done in the university, and then the study would have gone through all the processes. It would have gone through the high degrees committee approval processes, the approval processes, and then when it reaches us, where we have to act as a gatekeeper now to say you can collect the data in this institution, we, for instance, have a challenge that UNISA is specifically identified. And when we then ask or advise researchers to give a motivation, so they can either decide to remove the name, or they must provide a motivation why it would not be a risk for the university to be identified, they would come back and ask us, but what should they do? So the challenge is that they don't think, they don't read. Supervisors clearly also don't assist them. So my question, maybe not even to you, Prof, but maybe to my other colleagues in other higher education institutions, how you deal with that? I believe that we all deal with it the same way. It's a risk-benefit analysis, whether the name can be used or not, but the privacy of the institution must be protected.
Right. So there are two things, right? Often we talk about data. We talk about anonymization, pseudonymization, and that is, of course, also to make sure that, let's say, people cannot be identified afterwards in the data, right? But there's always an obligation to protect the privacy of people. So you have to take out the name, absolutely necessary. Perhaps you'll have a code, a key somewhere, and there will be a code on, let's say, the research results, and then there will be a code somewhere, and you as a researcher are able to link, but no one else is able to link. That may be the situation. But names that stay on the data, organizational names. Right. Right. Well, then it becomes very contextual, of course, because it depends also on if that is, I mean, my medical school has 12,000 employees. Okay, probably not, but if it says an ethics professor among the 12,000, then all of a sudden it's just me, right? So, yeah, so it really becomes very contextual, yeah.
So there are a few responses to this question or new ones.
Yeah, I just want to say we faced with this problem all the time, and one particular one that came up recently, where we asked the principal investigator to remove the name of the institution because it was identifying whose part of where the sample was coming from. Okay, so she did that, but then she identified the institution as a UOT Thunderbird Park. Now there's only one UOT Thunderbird Park. So we had to get them to also not just say a UOT in Gauteng, and then nobody knows which particular one. So you got to work around it, but you really and we get a number of ones coming from UNISA, and it's the same thing again, is to please remove or don't identify who the participant is. And that's the way you work around it. The other issue you spoke about, you feel that the researchers are not aware of what needs to be done. And from my experience, since implementing the research ethics at the institution since 2020, is that I do training for them every year, 2-day at the beginning of every year. Initially, it was twice a year that I offered training. 2-day training, first day is just introducing researchers, new staff, as an introduction into research ethics. All the philosophies and all of those things. And on the second day, it's just going through all the forms, how to go through the application process, what you need to do. When we say how to store the data, that's the one that goes back all the time because it's insufficient information. And then I've written a number of guidelines on how, what you need to fill in question 6, what I'm looking for, and what it should look like, the storage of the data, how it will be destroyed, and so on and so forth. So to make your job easier, that is a good thing to do, is to just run a workshop twice a year, once a year, depending, just to upskill staff, get them to think. Because even though you post these guidelines and things on your website, staff never go to read. They want you to tell them what to do. So yes, run the workshop and tell them. Yeah.
And then it will be Prof. Ames, then Prof. here, then we close our session. You're fine. Okay.
Not to belabor the point, but POPIA actually already provides an answer for us because it defines personal information belonging to a living, identifiable natural person and an existing identifiable juristic person. And in that definition, you should not be identifying anybody, whether it's a human being and whether it's a person made of bricks and bits.
Well, colleagues, sorry we have to close the session. In fact, next time when we do such a meeting, we must allow a lot more time for open questions, because that is when people get excited about, asking things, having had time to distill things. I have the mic now, and I have to leave shortly because I have a flight to catch. So all I want to say is to thank everyone for participating. I think we've had enriching discussions all round, and some questions were actually comments and commentary, so we thank you for your insights and sharing those. And I just want to finish by saying that research ethics committees and NHREC people do things mostly voluntarily. And we really, really appreciate the time and dedication that you put in to ensure that the system works, to facilitate research, to ensure the safekeeping of participants, be it for general research or clinical trials, etc. So on behalf of all of us, we want to thank those of you in the room, those online for doing that sterling work and for joining us today. We've already had in the beginning thanks to everyone, but I just want to re-emphasize my thanks to the committee, both at ASAF, at WITS and elsewhere, for giving us an opportunity to engage in a very thought-provoking way. And we look forward to the next one. So thanks from my side. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I can just say thank you.
Thanks. And thank you to you, Himla, and to you, Annie, for conducting this last Q&A for us. And it is, we need to make the Q&As longer in future. And having said that, if I can ask Paul to give us a quick reflection and closure.
Vulnerability, and to make sure that research is not excluded from these people because it's needed, because ultimately they're going to need these treatments, but that we need to try and mitigate the situation and to enable the appropriate research to be done. So it's not nearly as simple as sometimes it's been said. I think one other important thing that's come out of this is the issue of communication. I think it's very important that there's communication between the ethics committees, the regulators, the researchers, the sponsors, whoever, because if that happens, it's going to all lead to far better research. You know, there used to be a situation where ethics committees were sort of hidden away. People were scared of them, and they didn't know, there was no communication. I think that's very, very wrong. The ethics committees need to be open for communication and discussion. Himla mentioned that, and I think it's very important. It's something that I think is getting better all the time. If someone isn't happy, as long as they approach the ethics committee in a polite way, we've had a few people who've been rather rude about it, and I think that's unacceptable, and made, you know, nasty comments, but provided that the people do it in a collegiate way, you can have a meeting. And especially today with the new technology we have, you can have a quick Zoom meeting at a very short notice, and I found you can solve 95% of problems in a sort of 15 to 30 minute Zoom meeting that can take a month of emails. And so I think the better the communication, the better it is for everybody. This applies to ethics, wearing my ethics hat. The same thing with SAPRA, wearing my SAPRA hat. We've been doing this for a number of years, and it's really improved the communication and the openness that exists. And I think everybody involved is much happier with that. One other thing is this that I wanted to mention is that's been brought up is this issue of capacity building. and Nathaniel spoke about this, and I think it's something that is very important in this country. And there are two forms of capacity building that we need to look at. One is amongst researchers. You know, most of the research that happens in this country happens in Gauteng and the Western Cape, a little bit in maybe in Free State and KZN. But it's very limited from researchers actually in the more peripheral provinces. And I think it's something, not only the ethics committee's job, but it's researchers' job, it's everybody's job, it's a sponsor's job, it's everybody's to try and capacitate research in the more disadvantaged areas, with also more disadvantaged investigators, not just the participants, because people from Gauteng and Western Cape go into rural areas, but we need to actually build capacity amongst researchers in these areas. And that's something that there's a big need for. And the other thing is obviously the capacitation and of the actual ethics committees. And I think that although Shanuka said, you know, obviously the ethics committees are the responsibility of the individual university, some universities struggle. They don't have the capacity. And I think there needs to be collaboration between various ethics committees and NHREC and universities to try and upskill ethics committees themselves. And then two last things I want to mention. One, that was the issue of post-trial access. It's been spoken about a lot. And it's, again, not as simple as everybody thinks. And there are two components. One is the access to the comparator and concomitant medicines, not the investigational product. And again, you know, that has to be provided during the trial, obviously, but sometimes sponsors will say, no, that's provided by the hospital and they're not going to provide it. And that can be tricky, but ultimately that should be provided by the sponsors. But the bigger one is what happens afterwards. And after the trial is over, what do you do? A lot of studies with medicine say, oh, they'll provide it until the medicine is registered in the country. Unfortunately, that means that 95% of the population will not be able to get access to these medicines because they are, A, unaffordable, or they're not going on to the tenders because the tender process is so complicated in the Department of Health in the provinces in this country. So how do you do it? We have a policy from SAPRO at 4 years after the study has been completed, but that's not, is that adequate? I don't know if that's right. It was a compromise that we came to. On the one hand, it's important that participants receive their medicines. You can't suddenly pull the plug on them. That's what happened in the past with antiretroviral trials. But on the other hand, it's not appropriate to expect the pharma company to provide medicine for 50 years to someone who goes on to a treatment when they are young, say for something like familial hypercholesterolemia. It's a difficult one and we don't have the answers, but I think one of the big problems is that, which is not really our role, but that medicines are too expensive and are becoming more and more expensive. I mean, I think you're aware that in the cancer field, the average cost of a new medicine in the US is $300,000 a year, which is, you know, unaffordable to most people. It's a difficult one, but we've been working on this for a long time at SAPRA and at the ethics side. I think we have a current policy, but I think it needs to be adapted, but it's not an easy situation. And then finally, the issue of participant reimbursement. We've spoken a lot about it. It's important that participants are adequately reimbursed for being on studies. You have to have a balance between it being perverse and just being a reimbursement. I think that's been easily sorted out. But unfortunately, still, we get certain sites where they don't adequately reimburse participants. And I think it's important that participants are reimbursed. And I think the TIE principle that's been followed for quite some time is usually fairly good at doing this. But we do get exceptions where sometimes participants need more, and it also has to be handled on a one-on-one basis. So all in all, there are many things that have come out of this meeting. I think it's been a really fantastic meeting. I must thank Eleni for all the work she's done in arranging it. and to thank Hans for being here and his contribution, and also the contribution of all the speakers and from the audience who've contributed to a meeting that I think has raised a lot of issues, probably raised a lot more questions than provided answers to, but that's the nature of what we're doing. And I think this is something we need to do. Maybe every 2 years we should have a meeting like this. I think and this is a great venue as well. We've had other meetings before. It's always been a good venue. And I think the main thing is that we all keep talking to each other. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Paul. One of the reasons why the Community of Practice for Research Ethics and Integrity was actually created was to have communication between ethics committees and researchers, and more on the level of research managers as well, because that is a developing profession as well, which actually filtrates down into, all the way down to the actual researcher and that as well. And those are relationships that need to be nurtured, and communication and consistency through ethics and integrity are the two keys for me. And Hans, thank you very much for coming and accepting the invitation. It's been great. I've learned a lot since 2 days ago as well, and today. And I do believe that this meeting today has, sorry to not offend anyone, has been more productive because it's on the cutting edge. We have colleagues that are in this room that are online and that actually are dealing with this on a daily basis. So thank you very much. It's enriched us, and I hope we have also impacted on the CIOMS and what you are thinking on the new amendments for the CIOMS in future. And I thank everyone, all the participants as well, online and in person. This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for you and your interest in actually having an ethical and for supporting ethics, and in turn supporting ethical research at the end of the day. And I thank you very much, and looking forward to future events as well. Travel safe. Thanks.